Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Oxnard Planning Commission regular meeting for Thursday, September 2nd, 2021. Quick housekeeping item in accordance with Governor Newsom's executive order N-29-20. Members of the commission and staff will be participating via teleconference. As shown on the agenda and online, please email all written public comments to planning@oxnard.org. For those wishing to speak, may visit oxnard.org/city-meetings to fill out the speaker form or call 805-385-7878 by 2 p.m. the day of the meeting. For my colleagues, please use the raise hand feature when you wish to speak. Once you've been called on, please then click the hand again to lower. Because the meeting is electronic, all votes will be done by roll call. And lastly, for presenters, when presenting and needing to advance to the next slide, please clearly state next slide. And with that, we'll go to our Madam Secretary for the roll call.
Chair Chavez,
Here.
Vice Chair Owejo,
Here.
Commissioner Connolly,
Here.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Commissioner Meyer,
Here.
Commissioner Nash,
Present.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you for that. We'll move into our next item, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Swenson, would you mind leading us this evening?
I can. Please rise and face the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. We'll go ahead and move into our next item, which is public comments for items not on the agenda. Members of the public wishing to address the Planning Commission regarding any item not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the commission may do so at this time. The commission cannot take action on any items presented during public comments and will be referred to the commission secretary. All public comment speakers will be limited to 3 minutes. Madam Secretary, just to confirm that we do not have any speakers for public comments items not on the agenda, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you for that. So we'll go ahead and continue and move on to our next item, which is our consent agenda, the approval of our minutes from our August 19th, 2021 meeting. Commissioners. Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair. I move to approve the minutes of August 19, 2021 as distributed.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
I second the motion.
Thank you. It's been moved and second to approve the minutes from our August 19th, 2021 meeting. Madam Secretary, if we can have a roll call, please.
Vice Chair Owejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Chair Chavez.
Abstain.
Motion passes.
Thank you for that. So we'll go ahead and move into our ex parte declarations for public hearing items. Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair. I will be recusing myself on agenda items F1 and F2 due to federal statutes 18 U.S. Code Section 203 and 18 U.S. Code Section 205. If there is no objection, during those agenda items, I will turn off my video and mute myself and come back on for agenda item F3. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Commissioner Connolly.
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Meyer.
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I did have a telephone conversation this morning with Kathleen Mallory concerning some questions I had on the housing element.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanchez.
I went to where the store is, the vacant building is, and there was no one there. I just drove by, just take a look at it. That was it.
Thank you. And for myself, just a site visit to agenda item F1. And that concludes our ex parte declarations. We'll move into our first public hearing item, and our vice chair will be recusing himself from F1 and F2, and will be rejoining back with us at F3. So we'll move into F1, which is project name SGI Oxnard LLC, Commercial Cannabis Business Retail Special Use Permit, Planning and Zoning Permit number 21-516-01 Retail. A request to permit the operation of a commercial cannabis retail facility within an existing 2,925 square foot commercial suite of a 60,798 square foot multi-tenant commercial building on a 5.47 acre site located at 2343 North Oxnard Boulevard, within the general commercial plan development C-2-PD zone. Proposed development includes tenant improvements, installation of interior wall, partitioning, plumbing upgrades to the existing fire alarm system, security upgrades to the existing building, installation of new secure door windows, and relocation of a loading service door. Cannabis retail operations will be conducted between the hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. This is filed by Eric Lightman, 728 East Commercial Street, Los Angeles, on behalf of SGI Oxnard LLC. Our city staff person is Jose Colt, Associate Planner. The recommendation to the Planning Commission is that it finds the project to be exempt from CEQA guidelines, section 5301, and adopt a resolution 2021 XX approving planning and zoning permit number 21-516-01, special use permit cannabis retail subject to certain findings and conditions. As a reminder to my colleagues and members of the public that all public hearing items that are being presented this evening have been pre-recorded by staff's presentations and available on the city's website and YouTube channel. We'll go to our city staff member if they would like to provide a brief summary and any additional information before proceeding.
Chair Chavez, thank you for having us tonight. This is Scott Kolwitz. We are joined by Jose Coyle, our associate planner who's assigned to this case, as well as Scott Swenson from the police department. We don't have any additional comments to provide. The Measure M video and the reading of the agenda that you just did, we think accurately summarize what we're here for today. We are available for your questions if the Planning Commission has any for us. And if not, we would be ready to introduce the applicant team and let them take you through their items.
Thank you, Mr. Kolwitz. To my fellow commissioners, it is my understanding that our applicant for this has a presentation. So if there's no objection, that we would listen to their presentation and then ask staff and the applicant at the same time questions. Is there any objections to that? Seeing and hearing none, so we'll go ahead and go to our applicant team. They can go ahead with their presentation for this evening.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. My name is Eric Lightman. I think I'm listed as Morris Cunningham on my screen here, but I'm the internal compliance and licensing attorney for this business, and I oversee kind of the development of the special use permit and taking us through the local approvals and the state approvals. Should I share my screen and do it that way, or I think we uploaded a presentation.
I believe staff.
Yeah, I have the presentation I can bring up on the screen.
Sure. Okay, so whenever you're ready, we can walk through that. And so this is more of a generic kind of overview of the company of Shrine Group and Steezy. You can, this is the our main brand Steezy. If you want to go to the next slide, please. So as I said, so Steezy is our top brand. It's the leading cannabis brand in the nation right now. And Shrine Group is the owner. It's the parent company. We are a kind of ground up company. We started just over 2 years ago, based out of Los Angeles. We now operate, I think it's up to 17 locations throughout the state of California. So we do have a lot of experience with this. The owners of the company combined have more than 35 years experience in licensed cannabis. They're very familiar with all of the compliance and security requirements in order to run a successful business and a successful cannabis operation. Over the past 2.5 years, we have over 2.8 million legal cannabis transactions at our stores with 0 compliance infractions. So I think that just speaks to the experience that we have, that the team has in running a successful store. Next slide, please. So this is obviously in the packet that you guys have all seen. Some of you have visited the location. We are very excited about this particular location, just due to the size of it, and then the size of the parking, 283 parking spaces, which is ample parking for all of the customers at our business and nearby businesses. It has 6 entrances and exits to the parking lots, which really allows for the easy flow of traffic, ingress and egress to the property. And then we think we have a nice, unique kind of style that blends with the shopping center, is not very imposing and kind of fits the local neighborhood right there. So we do think that this is an ideal location based on what we've seen. And we do think this is going to be a successful location for us. It's going to draw customers to the surrounding businesses, and we think it'll be a benefit to that local community there. Next slide, please. So this is just an example of one of our other stores, what the interior is going to look like. You can see there that we have kind of the sales counter around the perimeter, and then a large open indoor retail space. Very sleek, kind of modern looking design, hip design. And that's kind of, this is what we replicate at most of our other stores. Next slide, please. Safety and security, obviously this is paramount for us. We are always looking for the latest innovations and designs in security technology. We have highly trained guards that are always up on the latest kind of standards and procedures, and operating successful security force to protect our business and our customers, and just to ensure that there are no incidents. We've been very lucky that throughout the pandemic, we haven't had any robberies or incidents that have affected many of our many other businesses in the areas where we operate. And I think we can owe that success to the team and to the experience that our security staff has, and to our managers and owners. We do have 24/7 security guard surveillance. We're also kind of, as I said, due to the innovations in security, trying to supplement that with a live feed that's remotely viewed, where people can view the cameras live and look for incidents, perhaps that, or look for potential threats that the guards on site might not be able to see. So we're using everything at our disposal to ensure that we do have a safe and compliant store without any incidents. We also have 2-step identification verification. We obviously check it at the door, and then we scan it, and they go into the system. And then at the point of sale, we require another identification just to confirm their identity. And then we also use enhanced exterior lighting to kind of coordinate our security efforts at the store. Next slide, please. We do take our privilege to operate in in Oxnard and other cities very seriously. And we also feel like we owe it to our neighbors to be a good neighbor, very responsive. We like to keep open lines of communications with neighbors, whether it be businesses or residents. So they can, we have a line that they can call. We also give them contact information for our manager on site. Any complaint or concern that comes in goes to the general manager, who then reaches back to the person who submitted the complaint to get more information about that. And then we take action in order to remedy that by discussing what it is that was the area of concern, discussing with the team and developing an action plan that we can implement. And then it will get if necessary, it gets elevated to the higher levels, to the district manager, if it's a serious situation, and obviously to the local police department if it warrants that. During the development of our security plan at the store, we were in touch with local police, with Mr. Swenson as well, in order to solicit their feedback on how to best improve our security plan to make sure that it is as good as it can possibly be. Next slide, please. This is just kind of an overview of some of the community benefits. We do local hiring whenever possible. We seek to first do outreach to the local community at job fairs and that sort of thing to bring in local people in order to staff the stores. We are partnered with the UFCW. So we have collective bargaining agreements in place for most of our retail at this point. I think by the end of this year, it will be all of them. And so we take pride in that partnership with the UFCW. We offer living wages, full benefits, and we are now rolling out a pension plan, a 401k for all of our employees. We also offer workforce development classes, nightly training, LA Trade Tech here in Los Angeles. We offer that to our employees, and we're implementing that at all of our stores, all of our locations, because we know that our workforce is really the kind of lifeblood of our company. So developing them to be, better entrepreneurs, business people in general, I think we find that to be a great benefit to us. And then also we do partnerships with nonprofits in the community. We recently did we gave 200 backpacks away to school kids who are getting back to school, part of a local school drive in the LA area. And really everywhere we operate, we do reach out to local nonprofits in order to find ways to partner with them. And we encourage all of our employees to kind of take time off of work. We give them hours where they can volunteer in the community. So that's something that we actively promote. Next slide, please. And that was just a general overview of who we are. So thank you so much for your time and your consideration here. And we do look forward to being a part of the Oxnard community. Thanks so much.
Thank you for that quick overview. I appreciate it. We'll now go to our commissioners if they have any questions for either staff or the applicant. When asking your question, please clearly direct who you are asking the question of, whether it's staff or the applicant. Commissioners. Commissioner Connolly.
I have a general question for staff. Is there a limit to how many retail cannabis licenses can be both within the city and then in a certain radius of each other?
Hello, everybody, commissioners. To answer your question, Commissioner Conley, there is 16 licenses that are currently allowed for retail facilities here in the city of Oxnard. There was not an exact amount of where they were supposed to be located, meaning that there was no requisite as to in North Oxnard, there's only a 3 limit or anything like that. It was a very competitive process that was open to the market. And we basically went through the whole open window through phases 1 through 3 for pre-selection of our cannabis applicants. We received over 50 applicants. Some of the nation's top companies applied. And then basically we went ahead and staff went ahead and made sure that sensitive uses were not going to be locations were not going to be within sensitive uses, and then also making sure that other sort of components, both for community benefits as well as for business relations and that sort of thing, and business plans were analyzed at that time. But no, there is no set limit as to how many can operate in one part of town.
Perfect. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Connolly. We'll go to Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
Great, thank you. You know, as I was watching the presentation, I was thinking of questions, and then as soon as I would finish writing down that question and putting my question mark, turns out it was answered. So excellent job to the staff, Jose, to our associate planner, Jose, on that presentation. Just a very good presentation to follow. All that being said, one of the things that I was wondering off the top of my head from the start of the presentation is if there was a public workshop, or if the city sought input on the project, or for the applicant, from the neighbors perhaps, right? All the other businesses already there. You know, it is one of the city's entry thoroughfares, if you will, one of the city's busiest intersections. And I don't disagree that it would likely bring additional foot traffic and just business to the existing buildings already. You know, the presentation also clarified that 2,700 meeting agendas were sent to the neighborhoods of Orchard Park, Rio Lindo, and the South Bank neighborhood. And I only share that for anyone who's watching or you know, following, to see that you all very much did your due diligence in that way. I think I may have asked this question of the first cannabis applicant a couple of weeks ago, but there was a part of the slide where it said that the commercial business permit expires 12 months after it is issued, and they have to reapply for that. Is that, again, just a one-time reapplication after the first 12 months, or is it every 12 months while they're in business?
Good evening, Commissioner Lopez. You are correct in the second part of that. Every single year, the applicant team will go ahead and reapply if they're in good standing and they basically pass everything, conditions of approval have been met, and the police department is okay with their draft security plan. They will go ahead and then be renewed. But yes, it will be a yearly thing that the applicant team will have to do.
Great, thank you for clarifying that, and hopefully I don't forget it for future applications there. To the applicant, I very much appreciated the slide where you highlighted your 5 years of experience, your 2.8 million transactions, 0 compliance infractions, and the fact that you have 16 retail locations. Would you be able to tell us what the nearest retail locations are here, and maybe just an idea of where those 16 locations are located? Is it just California? Is it just concentrated in Southern California, or are you one of the larger national applicants?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Lopez. So we have four, let's see, there's 4 stores up in San Francisco in that area. We're also expanding to kind of Sacramento and Oakland. We have, and then several of our stores are in SoCal. So in downtown Los Angeles, we have a few more in development there. Riverside County, so San Bernardino, we have 2 that we operate. And we just opened one Marina, so that's kind of close. But so Oxnard, I think, is in an area where it's not quite near some of our other stores. So that's kind of why we like it, and we hope to expand our footprint there.
Great. That being said, could you tell us a little bit about some of these other locations and cities where you're located, and just like your history, your experience in being that good neighbor and that community relations? I know you mentioned the 200 backpacks in LA, I believe, and some of the workforce development. That slide was really good too. But would you be able to qualify and quantify some of that for us to get an idea?
Yeah, sure. So I'm not the point of contact for that, but I definitely have a lot of oversight on that. So for instance, I know that in Alameda, we're partnered with the West Alameda Business Association. And then that has put us in touch with, there's like a music group that so basically we give them a percentage of of our profits that are allocated towards those groups. And then so we give them quarterly payments, and then we also partner with them for events. It has been somewhat difficult because of pandemic, but now that things are opening back up, we're starting to see events, kind of, and Alameda is a very small community. So there's like kind of block party events. And then, so again, and we urge our employees, and they do participate in these kinds of things. Also, in the LA area, we partner with some veterans groups. We do a lot of Skid Row kind of handout of bottled water and food and that kind of thing. So in terms of quantifying in terms of dollars and cents, I don't exactly have those figures at my fingertips, but we do make substantial kind of donations to charities and nonprofits wherever we operate, and we don't see Oxnard as any different, and we're going to continue down that path.
Absolutely. And I know it's one of the conditions, and there's so many, over 100 different conditions. And but I know that there's one of them where a certain percentage, if you will, of your tax revenue is then, redirected to the city for the city to support strategic priorities and whatnot. In some of your other areas, do you all do above and beyond, the conditions? I'm just wondering in terms of perhaps, any community outreach or engagement that has been done here in the area with the neighborhoods, or just in familiarizing yourself with some of the opportunities, if you will, to be that good neighbor and good neighbor.
Yeah, of course. And we kind of, a lot of the different cities and jurisdictions we operate, they kind of have their minimum that they set forth. And we of course agree to that, in the development agreement or in the SUP, but that's always just a starting point for us. We always like to go above and beyond no matter what we do. And I think that's the reason that we've grown so quickly. And I think that's the reason why people really like our brand and they appreciate it, because that's kind of our ethos, is to be for the people. We're not this big, we're getting bigger, but we started organically. We started kind of from the ground up. So we're always looking for new opportunities. And if we're approached by a group, let's say, and they, hey, we're down the street, nice to meet you, welcome to the neighborhood, here's something you might be interested in. We have kids who were raising money for school supplies, or kids with autism, or whatever it is. We're not going to hold back. We know that the neighbors and the community is what's most important a lot, for us, for the cities. And really, we like to give back, and I think that's kind of what it's all about for us. And, we're doing well, and we like to have the communities and where we operate share in that success.
Absolutely. And I think that for me, we're just starting this program. I think if I'm not mistaken, you're maybe the second applicant, correct? I know I missed one meeting, but to my fellow commissioners, tonight's is number 2 and number 3, right? And so I know, we're only one stop in your process here, but, I think that for us, it doesn't fall lightly, and certainly want to express, if you will, that, at least for the intention that we have in moving forward has been slow, deliberate, to do it right. And certainly I think are putting an emphasis on those, who are expressing that corporate responsibility, being that good neighbor, and really taking pride. With 16 locations, it's not like one of the smaller mom and pop, smaller family types of business. And so, I for one, one vote and one person on this panel, just want to express and convey to you how important that is as we begin to roll this out in our city. Not only in the short term, but certainly in the longer term, to be that good neighbor and good community partner and steward, not only for every year, but certainly for the next generation. So thank you so much for your time and for your candor there.
Thank you. And if I could I just got a note from one of my teammates, just some of the local organizations we partnered with in Oxnard, the Boys and Girls Club, Food Share, the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, and then community partners in Oxnard. And then we also just recently did a beach cleanup there. So
awesome.
Yeah.
No, well, I appreciate that. I think that's what I was wanting to highlight and hear. So thank you to your partner who
of course, yeah,
sent that over. Appreciate it.
That's what teammates are for.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. Welcome to Oxnard, sir, and thank you for your application. A lot of what I'm saying is has already been said, especially very well by Dr. Lopez. So to a large extent, one of the things that I appreciated is the slide that you had that we were able to see. That's very, very important. We appreciate that actually, because it gives us sort of an insight into your corporate, your business and what have you. And so, appreciate that very much. So, you already heard that there's another town very, very close to us that got a little bit of a head start of us. So do you have any strategies to maybe get a foothold? Because there's about 8 that are on the works, and some are already open. So do you have any strategy that would sort of help to catch up to them somehow?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Commissioner Sanchez. And that's another thing that I think our experience here is really going to pay off. Just the fact that we've developed so many stores in the past 2 years. What we've done is we've basically hired a GC in-house. We've hired a construction team in-house. So they're already up to speed on everything that's happening with these plans. We have a pretty good turnaround from the time that we get our building permits approved. Usually takes us no more than 10 weeks to get fully built out. So we really go full court press on everything. We don't like to waste time. We're not kind of one of the operators who might get an approval and then just sit on it for several months before they act on it. As soon as we make it through this process, we're just going to get started right away, get our state application applied for. And then hopefully from the time of approval, we can get our building permits submitted soon thereafter. And maybe in the next 5 months, we could be operating potentially. So we're not going to waste any time.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Chair
Thank you.
Chavez, this is Scott Kolowitz just chiming in here. From a staff perspective, we just wanted to say that some of the comments might be getting a little bit close to deliberation-y. So if we can try to keep our questions, 2 questions during this time period, that would be much appreciated. That said, we're not trying to interrupt the flow of questions. So we look to you to continue leading us through that process.
I appreciate that, Mr. Kolowitz, and I have been mindful of my commissioner's comments and ensuring that it wasn't close to deliberation. But I appreciate that. Are there any additional questions for applicants or for the staff? I just have a few. The first one is actually going to go to our staff and Mr. Swenson as our police liaison for this and the one that kind of helped create the security plan. I'm comparing this to our first applicant that came a few weeks ago. They had a lobby area before they actually made it to the sales floor. Is that a similar practice that we are going to apply to all retail applicants moving forward, or was that unique to just that one?
No, that's a standard practice.
Okay. And the number of security officers that need to be on site during the hours of operations, was that determined?
Generally, it's going to be a minimum of 2.
Minimum 2, okay. And is it required for at least one of them to be outside in the front door at all times? Or maybe one that's at the front door and then maybe patrol the area and then come back to that front door?
From a security standpoint, it's best not to tie down your security personnel. It's best to have them flexible. We give them options. We don't want to be overly predictable in any kind of security kind of setup. And so that wouldn't be the case. They're going to have all things at their disposal, such as camera systems and whatnot, to do a wide monitoring of the vicinity. So no, to station somebody outside and always outside can be problematic.
I appreciate that. And I don't want to go too much into the security plan for security purposes. will, are moving forward, and this is hard to predict, but will PD have an option to also monitor live feeds of our cannabis retail locations? Or is it solely going to be at a request to view those live feeds?
The live feeds are going to be cloud-based, and yes, PD will have access.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Swenson. Mr. Lightman, just a few questions. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you very much. The number of employees that you plan on hiring on, can you disclose that number?
Yeah, at a location like this, I think it's going to be at least 40 people, full and part-time. And then that's not including our security staff, who are going to be kind of rotating in. So this is going to be a large and busy location. So it's, I think, a minimum of 40 people, potentially more.
You mentioned that the company is going to be rolling out with a pension plan. Is that something new that's going to be applied to all locations, or is that only unique to this location?
No, yeah, that's something we like to kind of treat all of our employees equally, no matter where they work, whether they're reception or bud tenders or in distribution, the C-suite. So everybody has access to those. Basically, it's medical, dental, and then we're in the process. We've now switched to a larger kind of international bank, which has been difficult, but due to the kind of our financial success and our business model, we've been able to do that. And that's enabled us to put in place this pension plan that might not have been available to us last year. So we're going to roll that out company-wide, and all of our employees are going to be able to participate in that.
I appreciate that. And I apologize. I believe Commissioner Dr. Lopez had asked the question already, and I apologize if I missed it. Have you or any member of your team reached out to the other businesses at the location to, one, introduce yourself, to get their feedback and their feelings at the potential of you moving into that location?
Yeah, I believe we did do outreach initially when we were just locating the location and starting the process. I'm not sure what we've done since. I know we did a lot of public outreach in connection with this. And I'm being told that, yes, we recently did do outreach with our neighbors, getting their feedback. And this really is one of the first things that we do whenever we go. We basically go around, we knock on doors, we introduce ourselves. We kind of take their temperature on how they feel about cannabis, because not everybody is thrilled about cannabis being next to them. So we kind of like to get out ahead of it early to just say, here's who we are. We're not just some unlicensed kind of black market shop. We do things the right way, by the book. We have a full team in place. Here's who we are. Here's our contact information. If you ever have a problem, feel free to reach out whenever you want. And I'm also a point of contact. I'm kind of, we basically have a more or less like a ladder that they can go up, but I'm available. I'm always making myself available to people. And, I know that the way to creating a sustainable, successful business is to basically have a good relationships with the neighbors. And we're definitely going to do that here. And I hope we're successful with that.
And how did they receive you? Was it a positive? Was it on the fence? Was it negative?
I think overwhelmingly, I think it was basically positive. I think people are welcoming of that. They kind of see what's going on in neighboring cities, Point Unem, Ventura, like up and down the coast. And I think the general sense is people don't want to get left behind. They want to have a licensed, regulated industry within their own community. And they know that it's a good way to generate, revenue and good jobs and that sort of thing. So I think they were very welcoming.
Okay, I appreciate that. My last questions is going to go to our city planner on this, Mr. Cole. It was said that there was 53 people that attended the public workshop on this particular project. What was the feedback from the members of the public on that?
Commissioner Chair Chavez. For this particular project, there was no questions at the community workshop. So the presentation was given by the applicant, introduced by myself, and we basically went through the whole thing. And then there wasn't any questions from the public that were submitted either after the community workshop or any comments given at the community workshop for this item.
Okay, I appreciate that. And that will end my line of questionings. We'll go to Commissioner Connolly.
I just had one additional question for the applicant, and it may have been in our packet, but I'm very deeply read this week. Is there a prototype for the front of the building? I know that you sent us in your presentation, you showed us a picture of the interior of one of your other locations, and it looked, I mean, it was very like an Apple store, almost very eye-catching. Is the front of the building going to be all glass, or is it going to be more of a, you know, a little bit more discreet, and then when you walk in, it's a little more bright and shiny?
Yeah, and that's typically what we go for. I mean, we like to have a kind of a clean, freshly painted outside exterior that kind of blends, like I said, with the shopping center, with the location. And then, like you said, you come inside and it's bright and shiny and new and has that Apple Store feel. So that's what we're going for.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, are there any additional comments from or questions from the commission? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Secretary, just to confirm, we did not have anybody signed up to speak for F1, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what we'll go ahead and do is that we'll go ahead and do final comments from staff, and then we'll do final comments from our applicant, and then we'll move into deliberations from the commission. Staff, final comments?
Chair Chavez, staff doesn't have any additional comments for this one.
Thank you. Mr. Lightman, final comments.
I would just say we very much appreciate this opportunity. We're looking forward to it. We know this is going to be a good fit there. And, we welcome working with you all and with the city hand in hand to make this a success.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and move into commission deliberation. We'll start with, I'm sorry, Mr. Roselle, I know we didn't have any public comment speakers, but would it be appropriate for me to say that the public hearing portion was open and then close it right after and then move into deliberation, or can we just move into deliberations?
It would be appropriate for you to indicate that the public comment portion has ended, then you can go right to deliberations.
Thank you. So for the public, our public hearing portion for the public comments on this item has been closed, open and then closed, as demonstrated that there were 0 public comments for this item. We'll go ahead and move into deliberations, starting with Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. My sense with this, based on the presentation that was provided and the hefty packet and the 170 some conditions that have been put into place, is that I have little concern about safety, security, or the applicant being a good neighbor. When we approved having cannabis in Oxnard, and we were, as we said, a little behind versus Port Hueneme Green Mile. I made a point to relate cannabis to other substances and how we're treated. For example, alcohol, cigarettes, the requirements for security, for monitoring, ensuring that only those who are of age and are ID'd and so forth get it is a much lower bar. And there's nothing wrong with that necessarily, in that cannabis is new. It's something that a lot of people aren't familiar with. They have preconceived notions. And I think it's great that we have a very careful, detailed, extensive set of requirements for cannabis businesses. And with that said, I have no concerns as far as this goes. I'm very pleased that local hire will be a focus. I definitely would want to know if there's some sort of data that you'll make available to confirm that local hiring is taking place and at what rate. that would be very helpful so that it's not just a concept, but it's actually a practice. The partnership with UFCW, I think also speaks volumes to your value for working with organized labor. So I think all of those point to a very positive experience to come. So I'm very hopeful, and I am going to be supporting this initiative.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for your comments. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I just want to say a couple of things. It's kind of an unintended consequence of the city permitting dispensaries, but these businesses will drive traffic into some of our retail centers that have not, experienced the boom, the economic boom that some of the other areas have, like the collection. So that is a great, that is a great effect. This center is kind of in my backyard, so I do patronize several of the establishments, and anything that drives traffic into this retail center, I'm all in favor of. Also, speaking of community benefits, I know that some of the dispensaries in Wainimi have sponsored things like, fireworks shows and a vehicle for one of our community leaders who helps out with the landscaping and such. And while those are worthy causes, I think for the city of Oxnard, we really like to focus on our children, and they definitely need all of the benefactors they can get. So that is just a suggestion on where some of the on where you might divert some of your community benefits. Just a suggestion, and that I do support this, and that concludes my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash, for your comments. Commissioner Connolly.
I'm kind of going to piggyback off what Commissioner Nash said. Thank you. After watching the applicant's presentation, my initial concern, as indicated in my previous question, was that the exterior of the building may not really match with that storefront. It may not be the busiest area of the town foot traffic wise, but it's definitely busy traffic wise. So my concern would have been, as indicated, that if it was like a glass opening, consumers may be confused going into this place. But thank you so much for clarifying that. And then, like I said, to second what Commissioner Nash said, I also do agree that it's going to drive a lot of traffic to these businesses in a shopping center that may have been thriving at one time and then now has kind of slowed down a little bit. So I would love to see those businesses and all businesses thrive. And I think that you guys may be able to assist with that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Connolly, for your comments. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
So I'd be remiss if I didn't take every opportunity with every applicant, including you, to just say the culture that we're trying to really embed as we dive into welcoming hopefully what will be a booming cannabis business for our community, right? And so I'd be remiss if I just don't take one more opportunity just to highlight what has already been said in terms of that culture of philanthropy, that culture of community partnership, of investing in our youth, in our neighborhoods, in our just evolving challenges. And so just wanted to take a couple minutes to re-emphasize and share with you. And so very impressed with the business proposal, and so I'm prepared to also support and just look forward to welcoming you and for you to just grow as a new neighbor and friend to the people of Oxnard. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez, for your comments. Any additional comments? I'll just say that as was mentioned at our last a few meetings ago by Commissioner Dr. Lopez. It was our first applicant, and it's a huge responsibility for that applicant because was the first. But I would actually take it a step further and say that every applicant that comes before us is a huge responsibility. As mentioned by our city staff, it's 16 slots to be able to have a business here within the city of Oxnard. And it is a huge responsibility because it is a new venture. It is a new industry that we are exploring. I appreciate your presentation and the information that you provided, and echoing what Commissioner Nash said, to look towards our youth. The city of Oxnard has the largest youth population, and it would be a huge benefit for our youth to be able to have services. I won't go into any further detail other than that because it's not my place, but I would just say to look towards our youth when you are considering going above and beyond, as you mentioned during your presentation. I commend staff for their work in this process, and of course, Mr. Swenson, who assists not only in this particular industry, but in multiple industries throughout our city in establishing a security plan to keep business and our communities, neighborhoods safe. It's very much appreciated. And I'll just echo my comments from last time, is that I am very impressed with the work that our staff does in developing these plans, these conditions, and this process. It's the best way to keep our community safe. Is there any additional comments from the commission? Seeing and hearing none, I'll be looking for a motion on the item. Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I move that we approve this project per the recommendation that the Planning Commission find the project to be categorically exempt from, and maybe I should go back with the project name. Actually, I think I don't need to. Stop me if I'm doing this incorrectly. You're category exempt from environmental review pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, guidelines section 15301, existing facilities, and B, adopt resolution 2021-XX approving planning and zoning permit number 21-516-01, special use permit cannabis retail, subject to certain findings and conditions.
Thank you for the motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
I second.
Thank you. It's been moved and second to approve project name SGI Oxnard LLC, commercial cannabis business retail special use permit, planning and zoning permit number 21-516-01, that the project be found category exempt from CEQA guidelines, section 15301, existing facilities, and adopt a resolution 2021-XX approving planning and zoning permit number 21-516-01, special use permit cannabis retail, subject to certain findings and conditions. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes,
Chair Chavez.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, and congratulations, Mr. Lightman. So we'll go ahead and move on to item F2, which is our second public hearing item. Project name is Blue Enterprises Oxnard LLC, doing business as Cookies Oxnard, commercial cannabis business retail special use permit, planning and zoning permit number 21-516-25, retail. A request to permit the operation of a commercial cannabis retail facility within the existing 2,800 56 square foot commercial suite of a 16,890 square foot multi-tenant commercial building on a 1.1 acre site located at 2655 North Vineyard Avenue within the general commercial plan development C-2-PD zone. Proposed development includes tenant improvements, installation of interior wall, partitioning, plumbing upgrades to the existing fire alarm system, security upgrades to the existing building, installation of a new secure doors, windows, relocation of a loading service door, and parking lot improvements. Cannabis retail operation will be conducted between the hours of 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily. This is filed by Ana Mendoza, 4675 MacArthur Court, Suite 1500, Newport Beach. On behalf of Blue Enterprise Oxnard LLC, doing business as Cookie Oxnard. Once again, our city staff person is Jose Colt, Associate Planner. The recommendation to the Planning Commission is that find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA guidelines, section 15301, adopt a resolution 21XX approving planning and zoning permit number 21-516-25, special use permit cannabis retail subject to certain findings and conditions. Once again, to my colleagues and to the public, pre-recorded presentation in accordance with Measure M is on the city's website. At this time, we'll go to city staff for a summary or any additional information on this item.
And Chair Chavez, this is Scott Kolwitz. Thank you again for that introduction. Staff does not have any additional comments at this point in time. The Measure M video and your summary spoke volumes for us. We are available if there are any questions. Again, we do have Scott Swenson on the phone or the video conference with us today if there's any questions for him. And if there aren't any questions for us, the applicant is on this video conference with us and they do have a presentation.
Thank you for that, Mr. Kolwitz. If there's no objection from my commissioners, we'll follow the same process as we did with the first item, allow the applicant team to provide their presentation, then we will ask questions of both staff and the applicant. I see no or hear no objections to that. So we'll go to Ms. Mendoza. Ms. Mendoza, before you begin your presentation, as staff is bringing that up on the screen, if you can please introduce your team that you have with you this evening, and then you can proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your time this evening. My name is Ana Mendoza with Cookies Retail. With me tonight is Stacy Miller, our community liaison, Virginia with RDC, who is our architect, as well as Leo from Sapphire Security, in case there are any questions beyond my scope.
Thank you. And staff will bring up your presentation right now. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you everyone for your time this evening. We are here to discuss our proposed location located at 2655 East Vineyard Avenue. Next slide, please. Located in the Sycamore Plaza Strip Mall on East Vineyard between Sycamore and Olive, this is the ideal location for our proposed use, as the site is in an existing commercial center that provides ample parking, 52 spaces, and direct freeway access. Next slide. This slide gives you a before and after. To the left is the current state, and to the right is what it will look like after our renovations are complete. As you will notice, the windows will be frosted, so no cannabis product will be visible from the exterior. And for signage, we will just have a discrete C-Bite logo. Next slide. We are very committed to being a good neighbor and take a proactive approach in doing so. Light pollution will be mitigated by using only the necessary lights for security purposes to avoid any light pollution. The plaza does not allow for illuminated neon lights, and we will use downward facing shielding to ensure lighting is not directed onto the neighboring properties. We will contain noise by not using outdoor speakers or pagers, and we will only play ambient music inside the store, which will be undetectable outside of our four walls. Odors are mitigated by using carbon filters and negative air pressure to keep odors at undetectable levels. Also, all of our product comes prepackaged and there will be no on-site consumption whatsoever. With regards to traffic management, this will include dedicated parking in the rear of the building for loading and unloading, as well as employee parking. This property has sidewalks and is close to modes of public transportation. As outlined in the previous slide, we have direct freeway access, and there is a dedicated left turn lane on eastbound Vineyard, which connects directly to the 101. Lastly, our security guards will monitor the parking lot, and we will have parking instructions posted inside and outside of the building to educate our customers. We will comply with the SEPTED requirements as outlined in our conditions of approval to maintain landscaping and promote safety. Our complaint procedure is pretty robust. All employees are trained to receive complaints, and all complaints will be followed up within 24 hours. We are committed to the ongoing evaluation of our operations to avoid situations that may negatively impact the community. We will implement policies to promote open communication with our neighbors. Our GM will document complaints and conclusions and notify complainant of the outcome. If corrective action is required, we will implement a corrective action plan to avoid future incidents. Lastly, to nurture relationships with the community, we will introduce ourselves to the neighbors and provide them with our GM's contact info, as well as Stacy Miller, our community relations contact info prior to opening, amongst other things we do, which is volunteering in the community and whatnot. I'll now pass it over to Stacy to talk about the next slides.
Next slide, please. Actually, this is a rendering. Yep, I'll let you do this, Savannah.
Okay, this gives you a light and bright visual of our stores. They're welcoming, they're modern, and they are very efficient. As you can see from the POS station, there is very clear sight lines of the entire store. And it also provides, a nice flow for our customers. All the product on the shelf are dummy product. The bags are actually filled with rice. So that's a little secret I'll let you in on. Next slide.
And this is me.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anna. Good evening. My name is Stacy Miller. I'm a local Oxnard resident and I have a business here locally. I've been working with Cookies throughout their application. And one of the things that we did prior to even submitting was canvassing the neighborhood. We wanted to make sure that the neighborhood wanted us, that the neighborhood understood who we were, what we do, and why it matters. We talked directly one-on-one to over 100 individual residents. We spoke to 15 businesses, received 9 letters of support. And the community, surrounding community in Sycamore Plaza was excited to have us come. They talked a little bit about some of the litter and things, explained what we would be doing. We have regular cleanup days where our staff and our team will go directly into the community, not just in our plaza, but in the surrounding neighborhoods. We will provide security, of course, in the plaza and surrounding neighborhoods. And we're going to draw regional traffic in. Cookies has a regional draw, I believe, of over 30 miles. And so people drive, and is that correct, Anna, 30 miles? 60. Okay, 60 miles. People will drive into to come. So we really think it's going to be a huge benefit for the neighboring stores. Go ahead, Anna.
No, anywhere, depends on the fan, right? But we do have a cult-like following.
Yeah. So we're going to be bringing additional investment in directly to the Oxnard community. Next slide, please. We want to ensure community cohesiveness. Again, I will be the contact and the community relations contact for the city and the community. Talk about the canvassing we've done. We're also committed to quarterly town halls where we're going to notify our local neighbors and stakeholders to come out and hear what we're doing. We heavily participating in the local chambers, and we'll be monitoring all social media to make sure we're listening and understand what's being said about us. And as we said, we'll be responding to concerns before they ever escalate. We're committed to that. Next slide. One of the things that made me so happy that Cookies is committed to is their philanthropic endeavors. Already, we've committed $15,000 to local charities and organizations. And at the onset of the pandemic, we were approached by the Boys and Girls Club. So many of their families just didn't have the resources. So we partnered with Waterside Restaurant, and we were able to develop 3,500 meals, prepackaged meals that we took to the Boys and Girls Club and handed out to parents, and PPE and all that. So that was it's just one of the kind of things that Cookies does, jumps in and says, how can we help? We're partnering with the Boys and Girls Club United Way, Surfrider Foundation, and the Autism Society. And over the next 3 years, Cookies has committed to donating $470,000 above and beyond the 1% that the city is requiring. So they're here to be in this community, to be part of this community. And I'm very proud of that aspect. Next slide. When we talk about the commitment, it's not just in terms of cash. Every Cookies employee will receive 40 hours paid leave per year to volunteer directly in the community. We're committed to Ormond Beach cleanups. We had one scheduled and then the pandemic hit and we had to reschedule that. As I mentioned, the community beautification days, we will commit to being in this community and of this community. And we're committing at least $10,000 annually in contributions, just like we said with COVID or wildfires, we're here for that. We've committed $25,000 annually to city-sponsored event. And some of the other really great benefits, 60% of all of our operational spend will be local. 90% of our hires will be local. And we go so deep as to even have a mentorship program and really help to mentor and bring about our staff members and our team members to grow within the organization. So as you can see, Cookies is committed to Oxnard. They've done, I think, everything right. I'm proud to be part of their application, and thank you. Next slide. And thank you. If you have any questions, we're here to answer any.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza and Ms. Miller, for that presentation. We'll go to our commissioners for any questions for either staff or the applicant team. I would just remind you to please be mindful that this is just a question section, not comments. So we'll start with Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. Yes, for the applicant, just questions about the letter and the accompanying local articles submitted. This is not a major publication by any stretch, and the constant racial disparagement that was built into those items is deeply concerning to me. So I don't hold a lot of water, but I think it's only fair that since those items were included, I would like to have your response. I have done some research on an LA Weekly article that discussed it and gave the Mr. Berner an opportunity to comment. But I would like you to have that opportunity as well. I'd like to understand how your perspective on the concerns and complaints.
Absolutely. And I want to thank you for hearing that you've done your homework. That is very important. A lot of times people hear these things and they just, grasp onto them and their gospel. So thank you for doing your due diligence. That said, we heard the community. I don't know if you're aware, but this is one of the highest grossing dispensaries in the nation. It's at least in the top 5. This dispensary probably does 200,000 a day easily. And so obviously there are going to be a lot of eyes on this dispensary. We did hear the community concerns. And with that, we upped our security, we reduced our hours, we reduced our marketing. We added additional cleanup, additional monitoring, and we even slowed down some of our products to just kind of decrease the foot traffic. And since this media has been released. We've been working really hard with the community, and at the most recent DCR hearings, we have tons of supporters now. So that's not getting a lot of press, but you can do your due diligence and go back and listen to some of the DCR hearings where we are getting a lot of love these days.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Mendoza.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for your questions. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
Thank you so much. And again, great job to our staff, Associate Planner Jose Coyo on this presentation. As I was going or hearing the presentation, I certainly made a note in terms of like the more limited number of parking spots. Can staff speak to the projections or the steps that are going to be taken to enhance the limited parking, just to try and offset, if you will, the disruption to those first immediate streets right there, residential streets next to the shopping center?
Yes, Commissioner Dr. Lopez. So basically there was, you were correct in analyzing that there was some sort of issue with the presentation outlining 52 spaces. The plans that were provided to you were changed, and what you have is the accurate representation of what it was going to be permitted, which is going to be 59 spaces. And that's subjective to 11 spaces being dedicated for this site per rate 1 per 250. So 1 parking space provided for 250 square feet of retail area, which is the same sort of standard that we would hold for any sort of other retail use. And whereas the rest of the shopping center was approved during a previous code cycle, and so it's legal non-conforming, and that rate for the other parts of the shopping center are 1 per 300 square feet. In regards to exactly how we are to go ahead and look and to administer a traffic and circulation plan ahead of the success of this company, I'm going to go ahead and take it back to the applicant team. Staff really has not had any sort of implementation of that. The conditions of approval do sort of give us some flexibility as to what may happen out on the site, and ensuring that all of the parking spaces are going to be clear, and that indeed the modifications that were listed in the plans are built out. But I believe that Ms. Mendoza will have a better understanding of exactly what they've done at other places, and seeing if they can implement some of those strategies here in Oxnard.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jose. So one thing I am pretty excited about and still riding the high from is we just opened our first dispensary on the East Coast, and we processed over 700 customers within our business hours, and there was an average ticket size of, I think it was $300, which is still just kind of blows my mind. That said, this location is in a very small strip mall with a dry cleaner, a Jamaican restaurant, and a liquor store, and then our dispensary. And so what we did is we set up a valet parking for our opening. We coordinated with our neighbors and the community and the police department, and we ran a seamless machine. I mean, we were able to service everybody. It was high spirits throughout. All of our neighbors benefited from our opening. They saw their sales just skyrocket that day. And so it was a win-win for everybody. And I will have to take my hat off to our ops team, they're a machine. They just know how to do it, and just our coordination with the local jurisdiction and getting it done. It's something that we're very, very proud of.
Yeah, just having frequented that shopping center over the years, like, it is a very busy, extremely busy. And although you have the 11 designated spots, I just foresee that, being a little bit of a perhaps, challenge, I'll say, for your own bottom line and business, as well as your neighbors, right? So just a little bit of a preview, and maybe for Stacy, your community relations contact, the phone might ring a lot at the onset, but we certainly are invested, in the success of any business entity that is interested in coming and serving and helping our community grow and thrive. let's see, I know that on one side of the shopping center, if I'm not mistaken, it's next to like a Wendy's, correct?
No,
For city
there's
staff?
no Wendy's.
Oh,
There's
you're-
like a
Are you a
juice shop.
mile away?
Go ahead.
Like my question is really like, you know, I know that intersection where the McDonald's is at, the Krispy Kreme has a 4-way light traffic signal intersection. On the other end of that shopping center, does that also have a traffic light signal or is it not?
I'm not clear what you're referring to. Can I defer to staff?
We're north of that, Dr. Lopez. We're north of where you're thinking. So Sycamore is north. It's where the smoothie shop is, Passion Smoothie, and so we are a bit north of that.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I know that right there where the freeway is and at the base of the bridge, and it's a very busy intersection, and so you know, I'm drawing particular focus on the potential parking challenges and just throwing that out there for you all to continue to have top of mind and just consider for your ops team. I also very much appreciate it. I think the outreach that was done to the El Rio West neighborhood, the presentation for those who haven't seen it, for members of the public who are following, stated that there was 1,411 meeting agenda notices that were sent to El Rio West, El Rio, and River Park. Approximately 52 folks attended. And so the question to staff, and it was asked earlier of the former applicant, what was some of the feedback that was gathered from those neighborhoods? I know River Park in particular is a highly civically, publicly engaged neighborhood. And so just wondering if there was any feedback from El Rio West, El Rio, or River Park.
Yes, so I'll go ahead and answer that, Commissioner Dr. Lopez. So yes, we did hold a community workshop back on July 19th to El Rio West, El Rio, and River Park. We did receive 2 comments. One of the comments was sort of layered, and it had to do with the close proximity to a public school, potential issues with circulation and parking issues, as mentioned by yourself tonight. I will add that this site is outside of the 600-foot radius that's required as a buffer zone for public schools. In regards to the circulation and parking, they do meet the current standard. And so that's one of the things that they've basically complied with, especially with the modifications to the existing circulation and parking, stripe parking at the site. And then the second comment that was provided by our residents was in support of the project due to tax generation and the operator having a past good reputation from their perspective.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. And I will yield for now. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, Commissioner Dr. Lopez. Commissioner Connolly.
I have a general question for staff. I know this is our third presentation, as we discussed, for cannabis, and I feel like every single applicant has really come out, you know, saying all these wonderful things that they're going to do for the community, but where and who is in charge of like accountability and implementation of these things? So we say we're going to employ X amount of Oxnard residents. Like, is this, it doesn't seem like something that would be checked on a regular basis. So I'm just wondering about implementation and accountability is my question.
Commissioner Conley, this is Scott Kolitz. I'll go ahead and address your question. So staff is actually currently recruiting for the position that's going to be doing the compliance monitoring for this. It takes a little bit of time for these operations to get up and running. So by the time that they are up and running, we will have staff that's on board that will be doing a compliance check, that will be doing the annual inspections and the bookkeeping of that, if you will. In addition to that particular spot that we're thinking of, we also have our code enforcement officers are doing inspections, and Scott Swenson, who's here on the phone with us, is also part of that team to make sure that inspections are happening through and through, and people are complying with what they need to, whether it's in the field or with the security plans. So we have many different checks, if you will, and a lot of organization that's essentially getting in place to make sure that we're able to ensure compliance with all the conditions of approval.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your questions, Commissioner Connolly. Is there any additional questions? Commissioner Meyer, I do see your hand. I'm just waiting to see if anyone had first round questionings. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. Mr. Kolowitz, you raised an interesting question in my mind. Is the compliance officer, will his position be funded through the general fund, or will his position be funded? Will it be a dedicated position funded by the dispensaries?
Commissioner Nash and members of the Planning Commission as a whole, the businesses that are coming in are anticipated to actually create quite a income stream, if you will, to the city. So I'll start with that. But that said, even if they didn't, positions that we have in the city by and large are general funded positions. So there's an offset on those two things. Ultimately, all questions about new positions being created are ultimately in the jurisdiction of the city council, though. So I don't want to go too far down this path and get out of the swim lane, if you will, of the Planning Commission on land use matters, if you will. But as we've anticipated and projected out, these particular businesses should be able to completely cover the costs of those compliance positions.
I thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. I have a few questions, but Commissioner Meyer, go ahead with your questions.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. One other question regarding labor. What is your business's relation and I guess history in other locations that are up and running with organized labor? And if you don't have a relationship with organized labor, what measures do you have in place to support the well-being of your employees in terms of pay rate, benefits, the other things that matter to employees?
I will say I'm very proud to answer this question. Regarding the UFCW, we do have an LPA for this location. That said, we treat our employees exceptionally well. As outlined in our initial application, we look forward to hiring 45 Oxnard residents, not including security, for this store. We offer medical, dental, life, matching 401k. We have an LPA, and our starting wage for this location will be $20 an hour.
Wonderful. That's really helpful information. Thank you so much.
Oh, and one other thing, hold on. Let me brag a little bit more. We do give our employees 40 hours of volunteer services. So no longer does a single mom or a single parent have to pick between paying the light bill or going and volunteering at their child's school. They can now do both.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for your questions. Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioner Sanchez, you're muted.
Thank you. Okay, so just if you could repeat what you had just said, because I was sort of thinking still how to vote on this and what have you. If you could just repeat it again, I would appreciate it.
Sure. The last part or the whole part?
If you don't mind, the whole part.
Okay, sure. So for this location, per application, we plan on hiring 45 Oxnard residents. That said, right now, one of our main managers for our retail ops division is an Oxnard resident. And so she's very excited to have a store in her town. She's been traveling all over the nation, and now she gets to have something locally. So we plan on hiring 45 employees. We offer medical, dental, life insurance, matching 401k. We have an LPA signed with the UFCW, and we provide for 40 hours of paid volunteer service. So no longer does a single parent have to choose between paying the light bill and volunteering at their child's school. They now can do both.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, for your questions. I just have a few questions. I'll start with the applicant team on this one. We'll go Ms. Mendoza. The first question, other than the potential Oxnard location, what other locations do you have that are relatively close by?
Let me think. So I have a pipeline of stores from Washington to Puerto Rico and from Maine to San Diego and everything in between. So I'm racking my brain right now. Los Angeles?
Woodland Hills, I believe, Anna, is the closest.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Woodland Hills, but that's not a Cookies. It's a Lemonade.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so our closest cookie store would be Los Angeles.
Okay.
And we were just awarded a license, an opportunity to apply for our LUP, and we won a license in Santa Barbara County in Orchid.
Sounds good. My next question is to Ms. Miller. As the person that's going to be directly related to the community relations component of this business, there are a lot of school kids that are traveling. They walk this street. A year or two ago, Planning Commission approved a housing project that would technically be directly across or relatively close to your proposed location. What efforts does Cookies plan on implementing to not have curious children want to come or try to peek through the location or windows?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Chavez, for that question. As Anna mentioned during her presentation, all of the windows on the outside will be fogged. You will not be able to see what's inside. We will not have advertisements. There will not be music. Everything will be, adults will know what that is. You will not be seeing, as Anna says, the flower or any products from the outside. We'll also have security at the location. And really, Cookies is absolutely committed. Nobody under the age is going to be anywhere near that store. And as a local resident, as a mom, the buck does stop here with me and the company. And so, you know, when I heard one of the commissioners, Commissioner Conley, you saying, how are we going to prove that these folks are doing, all these people are promising all these great things? Well, I'm here and I'm local. And if not, you know where to find me. And I'm not going anywhere. My family lives here and we work and we love it here. And that was a commitment Cookies made when they first started thinking of the application. They wanted someone local. They wanted someone, they're going to have a whole team local, but they wanted someone that was already embedded in the city and embedded in the community. So that's why they brought me on. And I've been very proud to be part of the project.
Thank you for that response. Ms. Mendoza, did you have something additional to add?
Just one other thing I wanted to add. As a mother as well, I understand the sensitivity. And so that is why we have the discrete C-Byte logo on the building rather than the signage that we decided with the discrete icon, which is also not Google searchable.
Okay, I appreciate that. And that kind of was my whole reasoning because it looks fun, so. A question to your security team. Actually, a couple of questions. Question number one, the number of security officers that would be on site at any given time, as well as the surveillance, the camera systems. I know it's part of the conditions, but if you can just elaborate the number of security officers that would be on site at any given time and potential locations that they may be at.
Absolutely. So I'm with Sapphire Risk. We're Cookies security consultant for all their locations, including the Oxnard current project. So currently, most stores have 2 guards during the daytime and then 1 guard overnight. That is the plan currently. Cookies works with a 1 guard agency at pretty much all their stores. So they have a strong relationship.
Just to confirm, there's going to be a security guard there during the off operations hours?
Currently, that's the plan. The guard usually stays outside in their car. They're not in store.
Okay.
You know, that allows them to patrol a little easier too. And then, you know, should anything happen, the guard's really supposed to be a deterrent. If something serious were to happen, they do call the police.
Okay, and since that guard is waiting in their car, is it a mark unit or is it their own personal car?
Anna, do you know if
That, I believe it would be a marked unit.
Okay,
That's my understanding.
all right, I appreciate that. And I'll go to our city staff. Now, Mr. Swenson, during the applicant's presentation, they showed some conceptual drawings of how the interior location would look like. Conceptual to me means it's just in the thinking phases. They did not display like a lobby or a waiting area before actually entering the sales floor. To your recollection of the plans, is that included, and how large is it to be able to fit in this location that they still can move around freely?
My recollection of the plans are that there is a lobby as a staging area prior to the going into the sales area.
Okay. And I'm asking this question only because it came up during our first applicant and a few weeks ago, and I forgot to ask it during our last one. Is there the standard for a 2 ID verification once they enter into the lobby area that their ID is checked, and then once they actually get onto the sales floor, their ID is checked again? Or is that based off of applicant's preference?
From my viewpoint, once is sufficient. They get documented clearly. However, there's nothing wrong with a second check, particularly at the point of sale.
So it's more of a preference, not necessarily a standard that the city has implemented.
Correct.
Thank you for that. And I apologize, I'll go back to the applicant just for this final question. I know there was a lot, it was already mentioned in Ms. Miller's presentation, that section of the amount of support. Did you meet anybody that opposed the business coming into the area? And if so, what were those concerns?
Stacy, do you want to get this, or would you?
I got it. Yes, thank you. The quote of the pandemic, you're on mute still. We didn't receive any direct opposition. We had a lot of questions. We had a lot of interest. Like I said, the surrounding businesses were very excited because of the amount of foot traffic that's going to come in. But no, not anybody that really, really just absolutely laid it down and said, heck no, we don't want this here. There was more questions. And what does this mean? And we were asked, what does it mean? I have young children. And we explained that they would not be marketed to children, that children would not have access. And when we talked to moms about that, they seemed pretty comfortable.
Great, I appreciate that. That concludes my line of questioning. Is there any additional questioning from the commission? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing of this item, and we will take public comments. So the first person that I have is Magdalene Penny.
Hello.
Hello, you have 3 minutes for item F2.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity that you've given me. I'm really floored. I guess I'm thinking that we're adults, but our moral standards have gone so low that we don't understand that we're not selling cookies. And that just like cigarettes and alcohol, that this is one day going to come back to haunt us in our community, that we have such a beautiful community here. And God has been so gracious to spare us from the fires all around us, but they never came to Oxnard. There has not been one of those fires. They've been on the hill over in Camarillo behind me. They've been over in Ventura and all around Camarillo, but God has spared us. And for us to bring this and put it in God's face and say that it's cookies and lemonade is sorrowful to me, that our children are not gonna understand what moral values are anymore. We have worked so hard in Oxnard to take drugs off the street. And now we have the commissions that are legalizing marijuana to come into our streets and think that it's okay. They're going to go to homes. These children are not going to be taken care of. I'm a nurse. I know what happens. I didn't know what marijuana really was until I became a hospice nurse. And I was going in a home and not knowing that I was being exposed to marijuana, and I could hardly wake up to do my work because I was getting exposure. And these children don't know what their parents are doing. They know what their parents are doing, and they know they're gonna know what that story is. Just so that you know, these children are not dumb kids. They're smart. These children these days, they're much smarter than we were. I didn't know what marijuana was until I was 50 something years old. I'm sorry that we're bringing this into our community. And I don't understand why we can think that it's okay to do this. I don't know how the police department can work so hard to take drugs off the street, and then we legalize it as adults and say that it's okay.
30 seconds left.
Please, please don't do this to our city. We have a beautiful city. We think we're gonna gain, but we're not gonna gain. If you really look and see what's happening, the only one that can help us gain is God. And we pushed him out of schools, and we can't even go to schools because of the pandemic. And we don't know we need God in our life and not cookies and lemonade. Please don't do this to our city. We need more Jesus, not cookies and lemonade.
Thank you, Ms. Penny, for your comments. We'll go ahead and go on to our next speaker, which is Jacqueline Adap.
She's not on the call.
I see her name. It just says Jacqueline though.
She just commented on the chat, I think.
Yeah, she's here.
There we go. Okay, Jacqueline, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, can anybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Jacqueline Adop, and I live in El Rio West, near where this dispensary will be located at. And I would like to express my support for the Blue Enterprise. So it is really Blue, and the company is the Blue Enterprise. I was able to know the Blue Enterprises when they came to my door and talked about their proposed location near my neighborhood. And they asked how they would be good to our neighbors and what they can improve in the area. The Blue Enterprises will invest in the local community, not only cleaning up the shopping plaza and the alley behind it, but give back to the El Rio community. The Blue Enterprises has also committed to hiring local workers, which will add to the local economy. And the company, through their cookies brands, will is well known, and we are excited to have a brand like this in El Rio. It will definitely attract a good crowd and provide safe access to cannabis to the people that needs it. I think Blue Enterprises location is perfect as a local resident living within minutes of the shopping center. I welcome them to our neighbor, and yes, I do approve, and I would like to have their permit be approved and for operation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sadap, for your comments. We'll go to our next person, which is Jose Barrera. Mr. Barrera, you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hey, good evening, Mr. Chair and the Planning Commission. My name is Jose Barrera. I'm a lifelong Oxnard resident, and I just want to express my support for Cookies, otherwise known as Blue Enterprises, for their application, trying to get this permit. So I was able to get to know this company through their community outreach, and I came away kind of impressed by their track record and responsible business and their support to our local communities. I think with the right regulations in place, the cannabis industry has been a positive asset to the surrounding areas where they want to operate, as we see in Port Hueneme. And you know, this company Cookies or Blue Enterprises, they promise to clean up the neighborhood, add security, and also attract a responsible crowd to their location. So I'm confident that Cookies will do the same thing to the city of El Rio. So where their willingness to go out and talk to local residents and businesses is proof of that. And I asked you to approve their cannabis business permit to operate. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Barrera, for your comments. We'll go to our next speaker, Nancy Lindholm. Ms. Lindholm, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Chavez and Planning Commissioners. I'm Nancy Lindholm, President and CEO of the West Ventura County Business Alliance, which is the Chamber of Commerce serving the communities of Camarillo and Oxnard. I'm speaking tonight in support of Blue Enterprises' application for a cannabis business permit. Blue Enterprises, doing business as Cookies, is a member in good standing of the Alliance. In the last couple of years, they have given over $15,000 in community contributions and have been an active member with the WVCBA. In addition, they will be a welcome presence at the Sycamore Shopping Center in El Rio, where storefront businesses have been complaining of loitering and petty crime. Knowing this, Blue Enterprises management decided to continue to move forward at this location, given their track record of improving and giving back in the neighborhoods where they operate. And I think city staff is, the applicant, I'm sorry, has commented on this already. Cookies is a well-known international brand and has a reputation for their positive impact on economic development. There are elected officials and economic development managers that actively recruit and compete to have Cookies come to their cities. The mayor of DeLand, Florida, was recently quoted in his articles of saying, quote, "Our area is prime for commercial growth. The addition to Cookies to our community is proof of that and will likely be the catalyst for other companies locating to our city," end quote. I urge the Planning Commission to approve a cannabis business permit for a major league cannabis brand and that has chosen El Rio for their Oxnard store. Thank you very much for your consideration and your affirmative vote. Good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Lindholm, for your comments. I don't see the other two persons that requested to speak. So at this time, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this item. At this time, I'll go ahead and ask staff to respond to any questions that were made or to provide any final comments. And then we'll do the same for the applicant team to provide any final comments. So we'll start with staff first.
And hello, Commissioner Chavez and members of the commission. Staff does not have any comments to provide in response to any of the public comments that we've received today.
Thank you for that, Mr. Colwitz. We'll go to the applicant team, either Ms. Mendoza or Ms. Miller, to have any final comments before the commission moves into deliberation.
The only thing I'd like to say is we really appreciate this opportunity and all the hard work it took from everybody and staff to get here. And we take this responsibility very seriously, and we look forward to being a good neighbor. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll go ahead and move into we'll move into deliberations, and we'll start with Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. As I do have the opportunity to speak freely, I think it's important to have a sharing of perspective. When one thinks of what our children have access to when they walk into a convenience store, a liquor store, even a standard grocery store, supermarket, they have access to viewing of cigarette products, alcohol products, all manner here. In comparison to the cannabis stores, children, anybody under 21 will not be allowed access even into the lobby. And of course, absolutely not into the sales floor. So it's a much more strict and careful arrangement. Another point I'd like to make is that Oxnard did not legalize cannabis. We did as the people of the state of California, as did, I believe it's over 20 other states that have now legalized cannabis. We're not the first. So that's not the matter at hand. But it's important to point out also that when something is not legal, people will still access it, but it will be through black markets where, you know, quality, safety, purity is all under question, where workers' rights are not secured. Dangerous circumstances, organized crime grows, and so forth. So people will still find it, but in much more dangerous ways, both for themselves and for everybody involved in the process. So with that said, I definitely want to clarify, as a public health professional, that when we look at the things that are of danger to our children, the items of danger to our children are things like very processed foods that are readily available and cheap. Same thing with fast foods. Access to limited access to safe places to play. Pollution that leads to asthma, the pesticide use that challenges a lot of our communities, exploitation of workers who have different legal status. There's a variety of things that put our children in jeopardy. And I'm happy to say that this is way down on the list. So that's my pontification for today, and I will support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for your comments. Commissioner Connolly.
Thank you. I just want to say I definitely walked into this agenda item worried about the cookie's name, as some of our friends in the public have also noticed. And I just wanted to thank the applicant for addressing it in your presentation and your discreet marketing. I feel like that I didn't even have to ask the question. So thank you for that. Obviously, you guys have been doing this for a long time, so you know what you're doing. And then also I wanted to say, I think Ms. Miller is the first public relations representative that we've had on the cannabis issues. So like I said earlier, that my concern being that we have applicants that are maybe over promising and may under deliver. I just want to say that I'm confident in your abilities. I'm glad that you live here. And I think that it sounds like you're not just going to be a steward for your business, but for the other businesses, to really hold them accountable, to make sure that they really do deliver on their promises. And I appreciate you for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Connolly, for your comments. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. One of the people who called in talked about, you know, the cannabis and what have you, as far as in a very negative way, in that you know, all sort of bad things can happen and what have you. But you know, I'm married to my wife by trade. She's a RN. She's a nurse, and actually, part of what she encounters is actually patients who are in a lot of pain, especially when they have certain types of cancers. And part of what they do is, the doctors do, is that they prescribe cannabis to stop the pain, and you know, so they can sort of get back to normal while they're recovering, because you know, it can be very painful. And when they're prescribed cannabis, you know, they're able, you know, to alleviate the pain, and they're able to actually eat. They're able to eat, you know, because the pain's not there, and it helps in a lot of ways to you know, get them back to recovery, you know, by doing that. So there's some positives as far as that. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez, for your comments. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
Hi, thank you so much for your application and taking an interest in expanding here in Central Coast, and more specifically here in the city of Oxnard. You know, I'll say that what I say to one, I say to all, and I wouldn't be that great ambassador or champion for this city like my colleagues here on the Planning Commission and like our elected officials if we just, you know, did not express the business partnership that we are looking to extend here within the city. Especially with our cannabis applicants, we really want to create a culture of community partnership, a community investment, of community empowerment. And I certainly do appreciate the steps that you all have taken, you know, to engage your most local of neighbors. You know, the caller that called in today being one prime example. I think oftentimes with certain pockets of our city or even certain strip malls, you know, there's some neglect sometimes, right? And if you defer attention for too long, you tend to perhaps lose, you know, the potential that business or shopping center once had. And so, as you guys look to grow and open and expand, you know, I ask you to consider being as generous as some of the other business applicants that are looking to come into our city. You know, take pride in that partnership, what the city is trying to do and establish. As I've mentioned to other applicants, we've been very slow and deliberate with our cannabis regulations and ultimately getting to this point. You know, I think there's a little bit perhaps more hesitation with out of area applicants, yourself coming from Newport Beach. You know, our community here is unique in many ways. I appreciate that Ms. Miller is here with us. She has no shortage of great friends and, you know, will be a good steward. But I ask that, again, you certainly pay particularly attention to your most immediate neighbors and the residents. I know the area of Oxnard and El Rio there, they have some, you know, challenges with some streets not even having sidewalks. And some efforts have been made, you know, by the county and even the city and our labor partners to try and even do something so small as you know, helping the residents there with sidewalks. Let's see. My only concern, I think, is what I expressed during my questioning earlier, and just parking situation. You know, and just not a problem for me. Hopefully it's a problem for you, and that will be a sign of successful business, and maybe even you know, just expanding or perhaps growing to an even better or bigger location for you all. But just given the fact that you said you have a cult-like following, we will be the first outside of LA and likely up and running before Santa Barbara and Santa Barbara County and northern Santa Barbara County with Orcutt that you mentioned. I just want to emphasize, are looking for great, corporate, partnership and stewardship. And again, looking for those unique opportunities to get involved, get invested, and just help us invest and empower our residents in the next generation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez, for your comments. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. A couple of things. First, I want to express my appreciation to the applicant for having what I consider to be a very understated and discreet logo, and not having the kind of massive signage on the front of their building. So I do appreciate that. Secondly, this being our third hearing for cannabis dispensaries, what I am getting a sense of is that these businesses can raise the bar for employees throughout Oxnard, and I'm hopeful that that is the case, that we can continually increase wages and benefits for all of our Oxnard based employees. Third, I believe it was Dr. Lopez who raised the issue about the Wendy's right there. I do not believe that there is a connection between the Wendy's parking lot and the parking lot for this other business. So although people could park there and walk to the business, I don't see that being a major issue. So I just wanted to raise that, and that concludes my statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash, for your comments. Commissioner Meyer, that's your hand left over from last time, correct?
Actually, no, I had one more comment. Would you like to make your comments first? What's your pleasure, Chair?
That's fine. Go ahead with your comments.
Thank you, Chair. I also wanted to point out that Cookies is, as my understanding, it's a minority owned, it's a Black owned business. And I think that's quite important. Because minorities, and especially the Black population, has been the victims of a violently racist war on drugs. And so they've borne the brunt of this whole fiasco for decades. And it's important to me to see that minority owned and Black owned businesses do succeed in this now legal endeavor. So I appreciate that. I appreciate that there's women leadership in the business. And I think that those are key in my mind in diversifying the success of the cannabis industry.
Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for your comments. I'll go ahead and provide my comments. As I was listening to the presentation, it kind of made me think maybe it's time for a career change. The benefits that go with it are very impressive. But one thing I'm noticing is that, as Commissioner Nass mentioned, that this is our third applicant. And it feels that with each applicant, they are providing and giving more to our community, each one that we move up to. And I appreciate that as a native Oxnard resident. In regards to the public's comments on the drugs and stuff, and this is kind of piggybacking off of Commissioner Meyer, we must understand that back in 2010, medicinal cannabis was approved by voters of California. In 2016, recreational use or adult use of cannabis was approved by voters of California. When you look at the year, it's 2021. So from 2016 to 2021, our city has taken the go slow approach, but we are getting applicants that are actually contributing positively to our community. Mm-hmm. If we had taken the approach of jumping on the bandwagon along with all these other cities, I don't believe we would be receiving the same caliber that we receive right now. Of course, coming into this, when I heard doing business as Cookies, I was concerned by that. The name is very fun, and what would our children think of that name? But the discrete logo, unless you absolutely know, does serve a purpose. The frosted windows were also a concern of mine, and I appreciate that those are going to be frosted because that whole front is windows, it's glass. And we do have a lot of elementary and junior high students that walk up and down Vineyard to get to school from their homes. It is no secret, and if everyone recall my comments from our first applicant, I was not on board with the approach that our city was taking of trying to hide the way our cannabis industry was. I felt because of voters approving it that it was necessary for it to be treated like any other business. But at the same time, Commissioner Meyer is right. There are a lot more harmful things out there that kids are exposed to daily. And at least cannabis is one of those things that we don't have to worry about having our children exposed to. In regards to Ms. Miller, I know of her very well, and her involvement in the Oxnard community is extremely strong. Cookies is very fortunate to have somebody that has such a strong, deep-rooted presence in the city of Oxnard. And I commend Cookies for taking the step to go and knock on those doors of the neighborhoods and speak with the business owners and receive that feedback, to provide that information, answer those questions that so many parents had. So I appreciate all of it, and I appreciate the public coming and providing their comments. It is extremely important that we have that dialogue with our public. So I, like many of my commissioners, can support this project as well. Again, if we continue this trend where each applicant that we have come provide and give more to the Oxnard community, by the time we hit number 16, we are going to be in great shape. So again, thank you for the presentation. Thank you to the public for coming out and speaking. If there are no further comments from my commission, what is the pleasure? Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. I would like to make a motion to approve this project. Pardon me while I get my documents in place. Sorry, I had to move locations. I'm missing that document. Chair, would you be so kind as to read off the recommendation?
Yes. So your motion is for the project name Blue Enterprises Oxnard LLC, doing business as Cookies Oxnard Commercial Cannabis Business Retail Special Use Permit, Planning and Zoning Permit number 21-516-25 Retail. The recommendations is to find the project to be categorically exempt from CEQA guidelines section 1503 and adopt a resolution 2021-XX approving Planning and Zoning Permit number 21-516-25 Special Use Permit Cannabis Retail subject to certain findings and conditions.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
I will second. Thank you.
Thank you. It has been moved and second. And technically I already read it, so I won't read it again. That we approve staff's recommendation for this item, Planning and Zoning Permit number 21-516-25. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Commissioner Meyer,
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes,
Chair Chavez,
Aye,
motion passes.
thank you for that, and congratulations to Ms. Mendoza, Ms. Miller, and Cookies.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commission, we have been going a little bit over 2 hours now, and our next item is actually a large item. So what I would like to do is go ahead and take a recess and reconvene at 8:20. We'll reconvene. So we'll see everyone back at 8:20. Thank you.
Chavez and members of the city's Planning Commission. It is my pleasure to be here tonight. My name is Vito Adamitis. I'm the Director of Community Development. And I'm joined here by our staff and our consultant team. And we're very pleased to present to you the city's 2021 through 2029 final housing element. And this will be a presentation on that item. Tonight is a significant milestone. It is the first of 3 steps that will result in the adoption of the city's housing element. Tonight with the Planning Commission, and also on September 16th, when we return to the Planning Commission for actions and recommendations by the Commission, as staff brings this important item to the City Council for their consideration and final adoption on October 5th. City's housing element is due to the state by October 15th. As you can see, we're in a tight timeline to achieve that important goal. Tonight, we will be reviewing the final housing element, programs, and approaches to addressing the city's regional housing needs assessment, which has identified 8,549 dwelling units over the next 8 years for the city of Oxnard. What's before you tonight is also the culmination of a 2-year collaborative process working with our community, our stakeholders, our housing advocates, the City Council, with the City Council subcommittees, and also with the Planning Commission in what is before you tonight. The 8,549 dwelling units that are projected over the next 8 years for the city of Oxnard involves how and where to accommodate these housing units, along with the development of programs to address all aspects of housing within the city of Oxnard. The goal this evening is also to review the draft ordinances which will implement policy approaches and programs identified in the final housing element. These documents are in draft form and input and revisions are anticipated. We've also had discussions with housing advocates on the draft ordinances and recognize that there is a need for slight modifications in the text language to address minor concerns. We believe we can get there. These are minor in nature and the edits will be discussed by staff this evening. I would like to, at this point, turn the presentation over to Ms. Kathleen Mallory, our Planning and Sustainability Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Adamatis. Good evening, Chair Chavez. We're pleased to be here tonight to introduce this item as Mr. Adamatis indicated. I wanted to first introduce the team that you'll have this evening to support the item. We have Amy Sensheimer with Placeworks, and she's our housing element consultant. We also have Heather Davis with Rincon Consultants, who's been the assistant project manager and lead in the ordinance writing. We have Mr. Emilio Ramirez, the city's housing director, to assist if you have questions on the housing department programs. Finally, Scott Kolwitz and I will tag team responding to questions and providing context and rationale for the decisions and recommendations before you this evening. As mentioned, this is the first of 2 meetings, and we have a lot of information to cover, very detailed and a lot of technical information, strategies, and regulations. So as questions come up, I will rely on different staff members and consultants to field questions and to provide clarification. We have worked on this for close to 2 years. We have been going to the council many times. We've been to council and committee close to over 4 times, and to the Planning Commission just this year 2 times on this document. The final element before you this evening reflects direction on site inventory, capacity, and programs and policies as directed by City Council and City Committee. This evening, you have 5 ordinances, and they're based upon staff's opinion and research and technical expertise on good ordinances that support housing and streamline housing and the housing review process. Staff reviewed ordinances from Goleta, Santa Rosa, Irvine, in addition to the Housing and Urban Development Guidelines, SB 35 requirements and regulations, as well as suggested revisions from our local developers. And finally, we drew upon standards and requirements within our existing code, our All Affordable Housing Opportunity Program, as well as the regulations contained in our Downtown Development Code. Those are some of the bases for the site plan review ordinance before you this evening, as well as the affordable housing ordinance. Since release of the draft staff report, we've met with various housing developers and advocates and received feedback on the ordinances before you this evening. The input generally was focused on a few topics, and I want to cover them briefly here. First is the word project. In various ordinances, you see reference to the word project. Projects are considered, for projects that are considered ministerial, meaning there's no hearing, there's no discretion allowed by the city, these developments are not considered a project. And we acknowledge that in the ordinance that there's reference to the word project, and we'll edit that and put the word development when we bring the final ordinances back to the Planning Commission on September 16th. The city's All Affordable Opportunity Program, that program is being recommended to be replaced. These regulations were innovative at the time that they were adopted in 2016. But since adoption of that ordinance, the state has developed much more rigorous regulations. For example, the state's density bonus laws and regulations and programs and incentives really do facilitate construction and go beyond what our current AHOP ordinance stipulates. The AHOP program was designed to facilitate 100% affordable housing projects. This is being replaced with the city's Affordable Housing Permitted and Affordable Housing Discretionary Ordinance, which is an ordinance designed to encourage affordable housing, and it includes ordinance requirements to encourage development with a minimum of 20% affordable housing, as well as encouraging 100% affordable housing development. Questions have been raised regarding the development and the design standards contained within that ordinance. These regulations are intended to achieve a high level of design regardless of affordability, ensure neighborhood compatibility, and a high level of design regardless of the compatibility, as well as compliance with city requirements. The intent in outlining these in the ordinance is to provide this information up front to streamline housing development. These two ordinances that I've highlighted will be summarized by Heather in just a few minutes. There's also been some questions regarding the findings written into the ordinance. The findings in the city's new additive zone mirror the state of California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. These project sites that meet the definition are exempt from the state CEQA guidelines, meaning they are less than 5 acres and they've been evaluated in the housing elements environmental document. So no environmental review would be needed. And these are generally parcels which will have the AHP additive zone on it. We also received renewed interest in the city's participation in a rent control and just cause ordinance. This topic is considered by a city committee on will be considered by a city committee on September 14th. And direction and approach will be provided by council in the future on that ordinance or those two ordinances. With that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Heather Davis, who's going to briefly summarize key elements of the city's site plan review and affordable housing additive zone ordinances.
Thank you, Kathleen, and good evening, Commission. I'll touch on and provide clarification on 2 of the zoning ordinances that are proposed concurrently with the housing element to accommodate rezoning sites in supplement 1 of the housing element to allow 30 dwelling units per acre for multifamily development with affordable housing, and allowing by right development on housing element sites that were included in prior housing elements, as required by state housing element law. These two new ordinances are the Affordable Housing AHP and AHD Additive Zone Ordinance and the Site Plan Review Ordinance. The Affordable Housing Additive Zone Ordinance replaces the city's existing Affordable Housing Opportunity Program, also known as AHOP, to comply with the new state requirements. The Affordable Housing Permitted, or AHP, will be placed on former AHOP sites. And then the Affordable Housing D, discretionary D, will be placed on new sites. Both of these zones allow multifamily development of the 30 dwelling units per acre on top of the underlying zone, which in the housing element are predominantly sites that are zoned C2 and BRP, provided that the developments provide a minimum of 20% of the units are restricted as affordable to lower income households, and the development meets objective standards. The ordinance references the city's R4 development standards and includes objective design standards and findings. The new additive zone ordinance uses the AHOP ordinance as a base and adds provisions for a more robust affordable housing program. Unlike the AHOP program that required 100% affordable development, the new ordinance may also be used by market rate developers that include at least 20% of the units as affordable to lower income households, which is intended to result in more housing development to meet the city's regional housing needs allocation. As a carryover from the AHOP program, and to continue encouraging 100% affordable projects, development that is 100% affordable to lower income households would also be eligible for a 10% adjustment to the numerical development standards, such as setbacks and lot coverage. Development would also be eligible for development concessions through the density bonus ordinance. Therefore, this provision frees up concessions that can be used for other modifications. Multifamily development in both the AHP and the AHD additive zones would be subject to the objective design standards. Specific number requirements, such as 75% or every 50 feet, have been included in the design standards to avoid subjective interpretation. Design standards are pulled from sources such as HUD, the city's downtown code, and objective design standards that have been adopted by other jurisdictions in California. The primary difference between the two additive zones is that sites within the AHP zone that meet the affordability requirements and objective standards would be approved by right or ministerially under the new site plan review process, while sites in the AHD additive zone would be reviewed by the Planning Commission under a special use permit. That brings us to the other ordinance, the site plan review. So this would also be a new ordinance to accommodate the by right development on the AHP sites. So the new site plan review ordinance is proposed to that outlines a process for streamlining and simplifying ministerial review. The ordinance has been written loosely to also provide a process for other types of projects where the state requires ministerial review, such as the recent home key project that came about during COVID would have been a good example to use this ordinance. The director will be the review authority for the site plan review to ensure compliance with objective development and design standards. The developments will also be reviewed by the Development Advisory Committee for consistency with objective state and local standards to provide an interdepartmental perspective and coordination prior to project approval, with the goal of streamlining the development and prior to the building permit process, or as part of the building permit process. To comply with the state definition of by right, The site plan review process is non-discretionary, which means the public agency is required to act on a development using fixed standards, and the agency cannot use discretionary judgment. Development is allowed by right. Therefore, the site plan review process does not include public meetings and hearings. The applicant is notified in writing of the director's decision. As the projects are ministerial, approvals are not appealable, though a denial may be appealed to the hearing officer. I'll now turn the mic back to Kathleen.
Thank you, Heather. That concludes staff's introductory comments, and we're available to begin discussing the final housing element and the ordinances.
Thank you very much to all three for that summary of tonight's item. Very large item, very important document that we have to tackle this evening. Commissioners, any questions for staff on this item? Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
I'll get us started. First of all, Ms. Mallory and Ms. Davis and to your team, excellent job. I remember one of my first Planning Commission meetings, I think we began to review the CIP, and I just gave credit to staff for being able to collaborate and just pull all that data from so many people to compile that report. And I think the same to be said about the housing element report that we have before us. I've had the opportunity to participate with some of the public workshops, or in some of the public workshops, more of a passive participant, obviously following the questions that are posed, seeing the city respond and take note, and very much appreciate that level of engagement. And I do have a couple of questions off of the presentation that was shared with us. So on page 4, where you offer the background about the April 13th committee recommendations, the third bullet point says that the committee did not support the Planning Commission recommendation to create 2 new housing programs in the housing element report for rent stabilization and just cause ordinances, which I have been very diligent about asking after Commissioner Meyer first introduced it, just to ensure that it was included and whatnot. So I'm curious what committee that was, because that's not all completely clear. And then I believe that there was some mention about a September 14th meeting that's coming up. And so if you could just elaborate a little bit on that so that I can understand better.
Yes, Commissioner Chair Chavez. I am going to have the housing director, Emilio Ramirez, answer details regarding the 14th upcoming committee meeting. And Emilio, if you'd like to respond to the question regarding why the 2 ordinances were not recommended to be included in the final housing element.
Good evening. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Emilio Ramirez. I'm Director of Housing for the City of Oxnard. The just cause and rent control ordinance are being considered by the committee, the Housing Committee of the City Council on the 14th of September. At that time, we're having kind of a workshop on those studies, and the reason that they're not in front of you today is that it still needs more thoughts, more brainstorm, and more engagement with the community and with the council. I am presenting a proposal on that day that will lead to a council recommendation, including a draft ordinance that could be considered if the committee directs us to go forward on that day. I have been in constant communication with cause and community and the neighborhoods. And while we need further discussion, the conversation is still going on, and it needs to happen in a way that is inclusive of that neighborhood engagement.
Absolutely, and thank you for that information. Again, so you said it's the City Council Housing Committee. Who are the 3 council members on that?
It is the complete name of the committee is longer, but the committee includes Commissioner Basua, Councilwoman Basua, Mayor Zaragoza and Council Member Madrigal, I believe. I could be wrong, but I believe that's right.
Okay, perfect. Well, if you could follow up and send me, or maybe all of us, just the clarification on the name of the committee and its membership. And then there was another part where Program 41. I didn't catch the name of the person who was speaking, and it was on page 11 of our presentation under notable summary of program changes continued. Program 41, the speaker, and again, I'm not sure if it was Ms. Mallory or one of our consultants, mentioned that they were very excited about this program. And so has the city identified on who they will work with or target for some of this grant funding?
Commissioners, we're just bringing up that, as mentioned at the beginning, we need, this is a big document, so we're just bringing up our document. Let me first respond to the question that you asked regarding the committee name. The committees, that is correct, as Emilio mentioned, the committee members on that committee, and the proper name of the committee is Community Services, Public Safety, Housing, and Development. So we just call it committee for that.
That's what I wanted to understand which committee it was. Thank you.
Yes, no problem. And then let me, if you could please, because we were all bringing our documents together, Program 41 pertains to farm worker housing study. Can you please ask your question again regarding what?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So I'm not sure who was speaking on it during the Measure M presentation, the video on YouTube, the link that was shared with us. But the person said that, obviously that was one of the programs that they were very excited about, developing. And so my question is, who has the city identified to work with on some of this grant funding that they seek to secure for year 2022, 2024?
Yes, understand that. That was me in collaboration with Jennifer Gastelum with PlaceWorks.
Okay.
And what that is we made a few modifications to that program to push to align with funding years 2024, 2025, I believe. Or yes, 2024, 2025. And the idea was we did make some changes because we had at one point committed to funding that program outright. We are interested in participating with the county on that. We are hearing that the timing for that program has been pushed back from what was in the draft, and that's why we changed the time on that. But we wanted to look at different ideas of ways to fund it. We didn't want to just commit our general fund. While we do fully believe in a robust farm worker housing study, we wanted to consider all options and give that to council. And that was a direction from the committee from July 27th, was to make that modification to consider funding that farm worker housing study through either grant funds or other city secured sources of funding, including staff time. When you do grants and when you apply for grants, staff time can be considered a form of contribution, and that would be working, it would be our department, community development, along with housing.
Okay. Yeah, I just encourage, again, rather than reinvent the wheel, let's see what other communities are already doing with this front, especially, other agricultural regions, not only throughout the state of California, but across the country. And the same thing, I very much appreciate the engagement with cause, but let's also look at what best practices of other organizations across the country are doing, and how that can inform model, scale, to really create something great here, right? When it comes to those two ordinances in particular. Just to be a little bit complimentary, and slides 13 and 14, which was the general plan land use element amendments, my sidebar notes were excellent, exclamation mark. So thank you for those slides, very informative slides, which basically takes us through slides 13 through I believe 18. Looking at slide 17 though, can you help me understand a little bit the zoning text amendment? The first one, the amend OCC section 16-40 density bonus. I want to understand, obviously it says that presently requires planning commission approval. There's a revision to same approval authority as associated with a ministerial or discretionary permit. And I'm not quite sure I understand that, as well as the facilitate quote by right unquote project approval. So if you could just help me understand that, please.
Certainly, Commissioner. I'll first start on just explaining the density bonus. It's a rather easy change and fix. And then if you need additional, or if the commission needs additional clarification on the site plan review, other than what Heather provided, we'll pause and see if you need that. So we're proposing an amendment to the density bonus law, or our density bonus ordinance, to have that permit be considered by the underlying permit. So currently how it works is that if you have a special use permit and you have a density bonus that is going with it, or a permit that has to go up to council, like a track map, the planning commission would take action on one of the permits, and then it would go up to the council. We're proposing that with, for example, the site plan review permit, which is a ministerial permit, we are proposing that the density bonus permit stay with that underlying permit. So the community development director in this instance would be the approval body for the density bonus permit. What could potentially happen if we didn't change the density bonus permit is it would go up to the planning commission and be considered by the planning commission. So that's the change we're making to that ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And again,
I think Mr. Kolwitz is going to jump in as well and add something.
One of the things I wanted to, commissioners, thanks for letting me jump in here. One of the things I wanted to add is you've experienced essentially the bifurcated system that we currently have, where our director has reviewed several projects downtown. And sorry, we're having some technical issues here.
No worries.
Thank you.
I shall continue, where we've had our director review some projects that have been reviewed downtown. And the only question that then comes up to the planning commission is a density bonus question, which is a ministerial question, which means that there's very limited discretion. Actually, there's no discretion really that the planning commission has had. And the planning commission has essentially opined with, well, why is this before us? If there's only limited questions that we could ask, or limited ability to do something about this. On the flip side, as we're trying to help the state's vision, the city of Oxnard's vision of implementing housing, we're trying to align those decisions so they happen at the same place and not add an extra layer of what could be seen as bureaucracy. So in essence, we're trying to help facilitate housing.
And is the same case for the following, the new OCC section 16523? I'm just trying to make sure that, we're not giving up any authority or authorization.
I'm going to let Kathleen kind of jump in on this one.
Let Heather review. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, let's go ahead and let Heather Davis start with this discussion, and then we can jump in there as needed.
Fantastic, thank you.
So OCC section 16-523 is the one that I just discussed on the site plan review, and that's creating the ministerial process specific. At the moment, it's specifically for those by right projects that would receive ministerial review, so would receive approval at the community development director's level. And oh, sorry, just lost my notes here for a second. And then it would also be a process for any future requirements when the state requires a ministerial review as well on any type of project. Did you need further clarification?
I didn't. I was wondering if staff was going to add anything. I thought Mr. Colwood said they would add anything if there was anything. So,
Commissioners, we do see the site plan review process as a facilitation for housing and a way to move it through quickly and also to facilitate affordable housing.
absolutely. No, certainly. Okay, and now just moving along, slide on 20, where it was the community input and process. During that part of the presentation, there was some discussion, and that was hard to follow. I'm not sure if it was talking about developing a pro-housing state-derived designation, and the city not looking to necessarily adopt it. And so I was wondering what the rationale was behind not just including that text if it's already a state derived designation for pro-housing designation.
Yes, Commissioners, Chair. We have looked at the various ordinances that we're creating really as pro-housing programs. There are a number of programs, Program 33, Program 35 in the housing element, as well as the program we just talked about. We're also working on a high-quality transit corridor plan. There are a number of programs and policies in the housing element that we are seeing, and we have communicated, and we have concurrence that these are programs that are supportive and pro-housing. Having said that, we are waiting for some of the studies, for example, the high-quality transit corridor that's looking at housing along the Oxnard Boulevard corridor, as well as the BRP. We're looking for some of the results from that study and some recommendations to help inform where we'll make some additional policy changes, and the housing element talks about that as a program. We also have a, sorry, let me readjust this. We also have a vehicle miles traveled study that we're looking at, and a mobility plan. And it is very exciting time for the city because it's those different studies that we are going to be taking then to inform a potential pro-housing designation. So it's not that we are saying we don't want to do it. It's that for our city right now, with these grant funds that we have for these programs, it's premature. Additionally, the pro-housing program and provisions, HCD just rolled them out about maybe it was a month and a half ago. We participated about a month and a half ago. We participated in a webinar where we heard about it, and the feedback was you should include all this in your housing element. And we scratched our head a bit and thought, okay, well that's good information. And many of the recommendations from that pro-housing program we were doing. Now, so we do not have that formal designation, and that would allow us to potentially expand grant funding opportunities and programs. And then we're not saying it's not something we're going to do. It's just that we're waiting for the studies to come to give us conclusions, and then consider that if that's what the recommendations are.
Yeah, I mean, I've understood that, this housing element report has very much been obviously a living, working, developing, growing document, right? Very dynamic. And so to the extent that we can begin to align ourselves, with what the state is advocating or investing in, I would very much like ourselves to, do the same, so that when grant time does come, we can show that we've been proactive, in our strategy or in our commitments or, in our moving in this area. But no, very much appreciate the time, Ms. Mallory. I have to say, throughout the past year and a half, certainly since I've been on the commission and everything with the housing element, it's been you and I believe Amy, who I've seen consistently at many of these things. And so, just thank you very much for your time and your hard work. The extensive collaboration and engagement with our affordable housing advocates is noted and very much appreciated. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez, for your comments. Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. And yes, I really want to thank everyone who had an input in regards to this final draft I'm really glad in particular as the first time planning commissioner that I had the draft to lean on 6 months ago to get myself a little more situated with this. I'm pretty sure that Commissioner Dr. Lopez and Commissioner Conley feel the same way in regards to just looking at the enormity of this, and obviously at the beginning of an 8-year cycle. I have 2 questions. I'll state them both, maybe just to give you time to page through both of them. In general, there are various timings associated with the ordinances of when they are planned to be enacted or drafted. Is there a chance for the Planning Commission either later or even now to move those timings either earlier or later? In particular, I was looking at program 6 in regards to efficiency housing types, which I'll take into deliberation, but I just wanted to know that in general. And in regards to the high quality transit corridor density corridor, I know that we are looking at the GCTD in regards to the schedule to make sure that it's a major transit stop or a major enough transit stuff in regards to certain statutes by the state. What are the types of engagement that we have with them in general? How frequently, and are we engaged with other transit related authorities to make sure that we maintain and or expand possible corridors so that we could reduce or eliminate parking along those areas? Thank you very much. And it's directed to any staff that can answer the question, and I'm happy to repeat it.
Thank you, Commissioner. This will be a few different people leading the charge on the answer for this. Let me first just start with the high quality transit corridor program. That's program 33 in the housing element, and that is intended to have a time frame for completion during the fiscal year 2023-2024. It's the high quality transit corridor designation is designated by the Southern California Association of Governments, or SCAG. And that's not something that, and that designation has to do with a certain headway that you, that a line or a corridor has. And that is determined as every 15 minutes. So right now, that corridor down Oxnard Boulevard does not have that headway. But through Gold Coast Transit's collaboration and conversations with SCAG, they indicated that they will have that headway or the bus pickup drop-offs of that 15-minute window in 2028. Gold Coast Transit was collaborating with SCAG as part of an overall look at transit within the county and within a larger area. And that happens every few years. It's called a Regional Transportation Plan, or RTP. So as part of that RTP research, that's how SCAG found, in collaboration with Gold Coast Transit, they looked at their transit stops and said, eventually around the year 2028, we'll have stops, pick up, drop off on this corridor 15 minutes. The reason I say that, and I give you that background, is because it's not easy just to get stops along the way. There's a whole process to change routes, one, and add routes. There's a whole public process you have to go through. So we are the only city in Ventura County that has that corridor. And other cities, for example, like Burbank, much more urban, dense, has a transit stop that is qualifying as a high quality transit stop and corridor. So to your point, Commissioner, can we just, move it and put it in a different location? There's a very large process to determine that it is an actual qualifying corridor or stop, as defined, as I mentioned, with the headways. So it's not something we're going to have tomorrow, and the plan is by 2028, and it's not something that can be moved around within the city for the reasons I've mentioned. In terms of program 6, that's an overall update to our ordinances. And I believe you asked a question regarding moving the timing up for that. Is that correct? For the efficiency?
Yes, I was using the example of program 6, but really for anything, what is the usual as someone new? Can it be started on planning commission? Can it even be done now to change it? Or would we have an opportunity at a later time to bring that back before the planning commission? Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Chair. So as you can see by the red line version or the legislative format with the changes to the housing element and programs, we really had to look at when we could take on updating different ordinances. So there are different timeframes for completing different elements because it has to go, it is aligning with budget cycles because it's a lift to update the ordinance. It's a fair amount of work. And it also aligns with timing in terms of compliance with different legal requirements. So all the ordinances that are in the Oxnard Code will come before the Planning Commission for your review and input. I hope that addresses your question on that. You will see the ordinance, and the timing that we've identified in Program 6 is our plan for a work plan for kind of the order of updating different housing related codes.
Acknowledge, and I apologize for belaboring on this, but in regards to, I'm looking at page 19 of 23, number 5, inclusionary housing, just as an example in regards to changing when ordinances are changed. There was a comment made that, or at least in the italicized, that staff recommends on moving this up. And so I was just hoping that Planning Commission had that same flexibility to urge or recommend moving up or down certain ordinances. And so I'll just leave it at that. And thank you for your explanation. Appreciate it.
Chair and commissioners, if I can just give some context for why we're recommending moving that up. We began probably 2.5, maybe longer if Emilio wants to correct, no worries. 2.5 years ago in collaboration with Barbara Macri Ortiz. And we committed to working on that ordinance with her when we were working on the inclusionary housing ordinance, which was approved by council in May of 2020. But we started, as you can see, and as the staff report memorializes, we do robust community engagement when we update a housing element or an ordinance. So we began earlier on with her and talking and all the housing advocates for that matter. So we felt like it made sense in light of what we'd committed to doing with the housing advocates to move that forward. Additionally, we learned of the county's regional early action plan grant. We have grants, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, for different housing programs and studies. And the county overall has a grant, it's called a regional early action plan grant that's looking at regional inclusionary housing issues. And so when we learned of the timing for that, we decided also and the timing for completion and study of that regional inclusionary ordinance, we decided to move the ordinance up to align more closer to their timing as well.
Thank you again for your explanation, your follow-up explanation, Ms. Mallory, and thank you, Chair Chavez. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rejo. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. And, I want to say to Ms. Davis and Ms. Mallory and their team that, congratulations, you've succeeded in making me feel totally inadequate in understanding the state housing law and our city code and our general plan and housing element and how all of the pieces fit together. This is my second housing element. And maybe I'm unique in feeling this way, but to my fellow and lady commissioner, you're not alone if you're feeling overwhelmed by some of these wordy documents. So Ms. Mallory, as per our conversation earlier today, could you just give a brief summary as to why you are deleting the AHOP program and replacing it with the AHP and AHD, and the reasons why the AHOP program wasn't successful.
Commissioner Chair, I'm going to give a few comments and then I'm going to turn it over to Heather because I think she's got a quick grasp at some key points. I wouldn't say that the AHOP program hasn't been successful, but it was a program that was written to encourage 100% affordable housing. And so we're taking important and key elements from the AHOP ordinance, for example, that 10% modification. We're carrying it forward with a affordable housing permitted and affordable housing discretionary program that we believe it will really incentivize and encourage more affordable housing, and it will encourage blending of affordable housing at 20% along with market rate housing. So Heather, I don't know if there's something that you'd like to add to that, but feel free to do that.
Yes, actually, so the state law has changed since the city adopted the AHOP program, and the new program or the new requirements do have the requirement for the default density of the 30 units per acre on the supplement 1 sites, the affordable sites within the housing element. The by right provision is a requirement that we're fitting in with this new law as well. Right.
Okay, thank you for that. That is all, Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Nash. Commissioner Sanchez. Was I muted? I'm sorry. Commissioner Sanchez.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Just had a also want to say thank you for all the information, Ms. Mallory and Ms. Davis. Very comprehensive and very, very good. A lot of information here. Just had a question having to do. I'm not sure if this, part of this, but transportation. We have several modes of transportation, but will there ever be a service here somewhere close by, either Camarillo or in Oxnard, that also could be part of this? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can,
Oh, okay.
Commissioner. This study, as I mentioned earlier, the high quality transit corridor, it looked at bus transportation along that corridor and the transportation center. So that is the whole scope of the high quality transit corridor, and that study that is underway is looking at that, and land use and development standards along that corridor. Likely as a result of our mobility plan, we'll be looking at alternative modes of transportation and ways to really encourage different modes, not just the car, maybe biking and different opportunities for enjoying pedestrian experiences, and trying to really draw folks out of their car. That's really intended to be a byproduct and a large part of that mobility plan that is underway right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Did you have anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mallory, or I'm sorry, Commissioner Conley, I did see your hand up. You're good? Okay. So just in regards to the transit, and I know it's already been said multiple times, and you are correct in regards to the whole process of creating routes, modifying routes, and the whole process. Let's go with that. To be considered part of the high transit process, is it one single route that operates headways of every 15 minutes? Or is it multiple routes that operate headways of every 15 minutes to be able to qualify a corridor?
Chair Chavez, I don't have that law right at my fingertips right now. It is a lengthy law, so it would be better served for me to make sure I do the proper citation. And we're in regular contact with Gold Coast Transit, who read the section regarding the high quality transit summary in this staff report and concurred with it. But let me just double check that and include some info on that when we bring back an abbreviated staff report on the 16th.
Okay, and I appreciate that. And I also saw in that section that it said that Saviors wasn't part of it originally. So was the corridor only considered from the 101 freeway down to 5 Points? Or was the whole entire road?
Yes, Chair. It is that swath as you see it in the PowerPoint, and we're looking at expanding that duration downward. But this is about the best map that you get from the SCAG. I mean, it was a little it was a little crazy. We had to really take the info from them and kind of articulate it down. So this is the map that they are identifying is the designated corridor area.
Okay, I appreciate that. I want to talk about a couple of the ADU processes. I saw that in program 36, it says that pre-approved accessory dwelling units, that it's supposed to be essentially, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that it's like a faster process to get if they are already prefabricated ADUs. Can you explain what exactly does that mean? Does that mean that somebody that illegally did modifications to a garage or something could potentially fall under this program?
Chair Chavez, can you point me to what program you're talking about with the prefabbed ADUs?
Program 36.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Yes. So this is the county. Remember I mentioned earlier about the inclusionary ordinance and that that we're looking at moving up the inclusionary ordinance process because of that regional early action planning grant. Well, that's another program that is being developed through the county, through the REAP funds. And that's almost like a template. You come to the counter, you want to have a prototype, how to build some ADU. It would be something that you could take and utilize in any different city to streamline the permitting of the ADU. And as mentioned, that's just starting and just kicking off. So what you see in the write-up and what I've summarized is the best that we know at this point. I don't know if it'll fully include, construction drawings. I don't have that level of specificity, but we did want to participate in the program. And that's why we included it.
It says that if the city determines if it's a beneficial program, when you say the city, is that admin or is that council? Who makes that decision that if it's a beneficial component for the city?
Well, it would be the community development department would be looking at that, Chair. But we have a program to annually report the status and success of our housing element to HCD. So it's also what success metrics can you demonstrate with this program. So it would be also reporting back to HCD and then also reporting to council in terms of the success of our program.
Okay, and just final comment or question in regards to program 44. It talks about the ADU construction cost assistance and accelerator program. It says that the housing authority would potentially offset a portion of the cost for the ADU construction, but in return, they have to essentially be ADUs that are affordable rentals up to 55 years. I don't know if that's a question for you or Mr. Ramirez in regards to how much is a portion? And does it, and as far as the construction costs, would it be a standard ADU or would it be considered a junior ADU? And if you can just explain the two differences between the junior and the ADU, just for clarification purposes.
Chair, I'm going to have Mr. Ramirez answer the beginning part of that, and then we'll pick it up at the end to explain the difference between the junior ADU and ADU. So Emilio, for program 44, the rental,
Yes, thank you, Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director. We are preparing a program to help the financing or the funding of construction of an ADU in every respect, whether it's a standalone or a conversion or something. We're looking at the possibility of helping with the financing. The funding that we would contribute obviously comes with requirements, and those requirements be that unit that get constructed be an affordable housing unit. And we don't yet know the level of funding that we would impose, but we think that it would be something that would be a gap such that we can then require the affordable rent. So the affordable rent is going to allow some level of debt service, and so the gap between that debt load and the cost of building it is what we would fill. Looking at CDBG, looking at home, looking at in lieu funding, and potentially Section 8 rental assistance.
I appreciate that, Mr. Ramirez. And just a question in regards to that. When the city is working with these homeowners to create the ADUs, are they walking them through the whole process, the permitting process, plans, all of that, or is it simply just to provide a funding source?
I hope that it's the earlier. We haven't yet developed the entire program, but I hope that what we do is not simply a loan program that you the homeowner, figure it out on your own. But we will offer some assistance, liaison assistance, and for that matter, funding that could be fungible enough to provide for design consultants, permit assistance, things like that.
Awesome, I appreciate that. Ms. Mallory, you said you would have the second part.
And Chair Chavez, this is Scott Kolitz. I'll jump in regarding the difference between a junior ADU and a regular ADU.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
So a junior ADU essentially is when you have an existing structure, let's say a single family home, and you have a bedroom that's within the home today, and you're choosing to create a ADU out of that single bedroom. A junior ADU has limitations on the size. Using round numbers, it's roughly 400 square feet. And a junior ADU is required to have its own bathing or its own bathroom, but no, sorry, its own kitchen facilities, but it can have shared restroom facilities with the rest of the house. So it could be different than what most people think of a standard ADU. But it's a size limitation is one of the biggest differences. Other ADUs, can be up to 1,200 square feet, for instance. So we can talk about those differences a little bit more if the Planning Commission wants us to go into further details, but that would be my quickest summary in terms of what a junior ADU is versus other ADUs that I think are easier to contemplate as a standalone separate unit.
I appreciate that, Mr. Kolitz. And just real quick, I've actually received this question a few times. Can apartment complexes create an ADU on their property?
Yes. In 2019, the state legislature created the ability for multifamily structures, so apartment projects, to be able to create ADUs. It was limited to converting non-habitable areas, which could be things such as a garage, a storage area, or something else like that, into an ADU. There were limitations that the number of ADUs that could be allowed on the multifamily properties could not exceed 25% of the units that were otherwise on the property. So there's other nuances to the code, but I'll stop there.
And I appreciate that quick summary. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more details, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
Thank you. Just a second round question here. So in the staff report, attachment 2 included a letter or memo addressed to our housing department director, Mr. Ramirez, from the Department of Housing and Community Development. And in the appendix, it says that, that the following changes are necessary to bring the city's housing element into compliance with Article 10.6 of the government code. And it then proceeds to just speak to different areas of focus. I was hoping that maybe we could get a little bit of an update perhaps on what the city is thinking with some of these areas as this document continues to live, develop, and evolve. Particularly on page 2 of the appendix. It includes a underlined subsection on integration and segregation, another area on racial and ethnic areas of concentration of poverty, and displacement on page 3. So, on the integration and segregation, it mentions that the element does provide, and I'm going to read this for members of the public, but the integration and segregation point says that the element does provide a dissimilarity index and includes maps from the Tax Credit Allocation Committee, but it does not discuss local and regional patterns and trends, including integration and segregation trends related to disability. The element should analyze the data for patterns throughout different census tracts, complement the data with other relevant factors or local knowledge, and conclude with a summary of issues. The element also identifies areas of linguistic isolation, but does not analyze the effects of this isolation or discuss how the city's program will address these issues. Can staff speak a little bit to what they're thinking in this area?
Yes, Chair, I'm going to have Amy Sinsheimer with PlaceWorks talk about this. Amy, I'm just going to quickly mention, so this letter we received from HCD, it's called a findings letter. And based upon this input that they provided, we amended our draft housing element. So this is a findings letter on our draft housing element. And we addressed their input in many different ways. And that's the final housing element you see before you this evening. Amy's going to cover something called the new laws and the new guidance that actually came out. I think it was in early May regarding affirmatively furthering fair housing, or something called AFFH. So, Amy, if you'd like to address the commissioner's question, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. So I want to point you to the track change version of the final housing element. If you look at Chapter B. Sorry, I need to jump back and forth here. Section B8 is the fair housing assessment. And you'll notice that most of the section has been revised since the draft. And as Kathleen mentioned, that is partly because the guidance from the state came out, I think about a week before basically too late for the draft in May. And so we have gotten a lot of good input from that document, as well as during the review with HCD, and also in terms of community input. So that whole section has been revised and addresses those comments in the letter. I would also point you to attachment 4 of your report that has the change matrix summary. It might be an easier place to look for, specifically how those comments were addressed. And I am taking a look there. It does list out those different points that you made. So, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, once you find it, because I'm on attachment 4, so I want to follow you.
So I just looked back at it, and it is on that first page after the title page where it says Chapter B. And so we did update, and we added much to the assessment of fair housing and the background information on the fair housing enforcement work. And then we also incorporated the AFFH findings into the site's inventory, and that's something that was added in this revision. And we also added new figures that map AFFH concerns, and that included those with a disability in the city's population, as well as information from Cal EnviroScreen, which is the database or website for environmental justice in the state. So you'll see there are two new figures at the end of that section. All of the maps are at the end of the section, and there are quite a few. So that's kind of generally the big things that were added. But if you take a look further in the section, there's a heading, I'm just scrolling through here, called Analysis of Patterns, Trends, Disparities in Access to Opportunity and Housing Need. And then there's one called Patterns of Segregation, and that's broken out into race and ethnicity.
Where is that?
Well, it starts, Patterns of Segregation starts on page B34 of the track change version document.
Is there one on one of the attachments in our report that I can reference, or it's in the larger?
Amy, let me jump in for a
so.
second. Let me jump
I
in
don't
with
think
a
the whole
couple.
document is in your report.
Yeah, there's links. So let me just provide a few pieces, and Amy jump in as well. So chapter B, as Amy's mentioning, has been revised, but in addition, let me just give some context for that matrix. We found this really as a handy tool to summarize HCD's input. And from there, so that's every single comment that you see in that findings letter.
Okay.
And so from there, that's how we kind of rectified or verified, what was considered a significant comment. And then we, brought that up to committee on the 27th of July. Additionally, I believe program 19, we amended, so you could look in the final housing element. Program 19 contains some additional programs directly to respond to some of the input that we received from HCD, all the input actually that we received on the AFFH issues. They wanted more written clarifications on some of the points that you're making, Commissioner Lopez, in terms of integration and segregation. And then we went and we incorporated that text in chapter B into program language in program 19.
Okay. Yeah, I think just as a follow-up and like, for example, the again, looking at page 2 of this appendix, it says the element shows that the city includes 3 census tracts labeled as racial/ethnic areas of concentration of poverty, while the city lists programs 2, 9, 11, 12, 13, 19, which you just mentioned, 23 and 27 as addressing this need. It does not sufficiently describe how these programs will specifically address the needs of this population. And so that's why I was just wanting to see, I think that there's some parts where it perhaps lacks clarity, specificity. And so, I know that obviously the staff responded to these concerns and was looking for what those additions or elaborations were on the city's behalf.
Yeah, and we certainly understand that. And that's a very astute comment. And it's not just a one place. I mean, we significantly made the document more robust because as Ms. Sinsheimer mentioned, we didn't have the guidance when we submitted this document. So when you look at the housing element, I mean, there's page after page after page of text that's been added to deal with and address this very important topic, fair housing enforcement. So it begins on page 75, page 76, if you have the actual final housing element in front of you. And it speaks to, outreach programs, speaks to, as I mentioned, fair housing enforcement. We made significant additional analysis of patterns, trends, and disparities in access and opportunities. One item that Ms. Macri-Ortiz in reviewing this section caught was an error on our part in terms of an overcrowding percentage based upon a county study, and we're very appreciative of those eyes on that section, and we'll be bringing forward an errata sheet to, fix that small percentage. So my point being that it was a very robust edition, and it begins on about page 76 of the final.
Great, noted. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
I can also fill in that you mentioned the programs that are mentioned in HCD's letter. So we did make additions to program number 1, number 2, 19, as Kathleen already mentioned. And I think the others that you already mentioned are the others that address the fair housing. Oh, and there's the parking program. We also made an addition to that one, which I'm trying to find the number of. So HCD is looking for a lot of different programs to address the fair housing issue. And so we were able to make those additions and work with staff to identify, what was reasonable and feasible for the city as well. So I think that's it on that. There's, take a look, and when we meet next time, if you have any more specific questions, there's a lot of revisions there.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez, for your comments. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. Mr. Kolowitz, on the issue of junior ADUs, do they have to be attached to the main residence?
Commissioner Nash, members of the commission. Yes, the thought is that the junior ADUs are actually in the primary structure already, and it really is something as specific as converting an existing room.
And they will count towards meeting RENA numbers?
Yes.
Whereas a room rental does not.
That is correct, because with an ADU or junior ADU, you're creating a new residential unit per the definition that the state has created and that we've adopted locally, versus renting a room. It is something that's just part of an existing residence as a whole. You're not adding a new residential unit.
Great. I have to say that's a brilliant workaround to address a problem. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Nash. Mr. Kovitz, just piggybacking off of Commissioner Nash's comments. It was mentioned when I asked about the junior ADUs, you said it has to have a kitchen, but it's allowed to share the restroom facilities with the main house. Now, are we talking about a full scale kitchen, a full size stove, fridge, or are we talking about a kitchenette that you would maybe find in a hotel room?
Chair Chavez, I'm double checking the definition that we've got online, so give me just a quick second.
Okay.
Sorry, my rescue's here. So a junior ADU is a dwelling unit that's no more than 500 square feet in size and is contained entirely within an existing single-family dwelling. A junior dwelling unit may include separate sanitation facilities or may share sanitation facilities with the existing structure, but it does need its own kitchen facilities. It can be a kitchenette, if you will. It's not a full-blown kitchen, but it does need cooking facilities.
Okay. That's all I had a question about. Are there any additional questions before we open the public hearing portion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing portion of this item. The first person that Commissioner Nash, did you have another question? You're muted, Commissioner Nash. Almost perfect night. Almost a perfect night.
I was so conscious of that too. So Chair Chavez and my fellow and lady commissioners, I would request that we expand the time allotment to 5 minutes, because this is such a important and complicated issue, and I greatly respect the expertise of some of our speakers. So that would be my request.
Let me ask our vice chair, since he was our chair of our subcommittee. Do we have any current rules in our bylaws that talk about expansion and if that's a motion that's needed or if that's unilaterally just the chair?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at, I usually have the bylaws right in front of me. I'm going through it quickly, but staff can go in front of me.
Because honestly, I agree with Commissioner Nash that it would be appropriate. I just want to make sure that we take the process the correct way. If it's a motion or if we just do it.
Chair Chavez, this is Scott Colwitz.
Yes.
The recommendation is that yes, the planning commission can decide to extend beyond what is standard, but we would actually ask for it to be in a motion just to make it an official action.
Sounds good. So Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez, not muted. So I would move that we expand the time allotment for the public speakers to increase from 3 minutes to 5 minutes.
Okay, that the motion is on the floor. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second that. Moved and second that we expand the public comment portion from 3 minutes to 5 minutes. Madam Secretary, can we have a quick roll call, please?
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Chair Chavez,
Aye.
Vice Chair Owejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Connolly,
Aye.
Commissioner Lopez,
Aye.
Commissioner Meyer,
Aye.
Commissioner Sanchez.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and we'll now move and open the public hearing portion of this item. Each speaker would be granted 5 minutes to speak, and the time will be kept by our commission secretary. So the first person that I have, I do not see them on there anymore, but Barbara Marquez Ortiz will be our first speaker this evening.
Good evening, Chair Chavez and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Barbara Macri Ortiz, and I'm pleased to join you tonight. I've been doing housing elements for the last 30 years, so I'd like to give you just a little bit of perspective because this housing element cycle is quite different than what we have seen in the past. And it's the result of a number of things, one of which is that the legislature has given HCD more authority and enforcement power. So it used to be kind of just check the boxes, and if you covered that, you were fine. Now they really are taking their charge seriously. I have to say, when I saw the findings letter, it really floored me because it's the longest one I've ever seen. And the first reaction is, wow, are they picking on Oxnard? But then I've been monitoring some of these other letters, and I've been seeing the same type of letters going out to other jurisdictions. And one of the big, probably the most important change in terms of writing housing elements is this whole issue of affirmatively furthering fair housing. During the Trump administration, they tried to wipe out that whole obligation, which historically has been a federal obligation. And so the state of California, our legislature embedded that in California law so that we wouldn't lose that important manner of trying to balance our segregated societies. So that's kind of how it reigns, and it is unfortunate that they got their regulations out kind of late, or their guidelines. So it really put a lot of stress on on Kathleen and Amy trying to put it together. But I think at the end of the day, it's going to make for a very important strength to the housing element, because we do, even in Oxnard, you know, we suffer the results of years and years and years of segregation and discrimination. And So now that if we're looking at our policies and our procedures with an eye toward trying to chip away at that, I think it just makes for much better government. And I think the best example I can give you is with inclusionary. And that was one thing, you know, a couple of years back, I guess, this city went through, got a study so that they could raise the in lieu fees. And my objection at the time was, well, hey, that's not just the in lieu fees. Let's deal with the entire inclusionary ordinance. And
2
inclusion.
minutes left.
How much?
Barbara. 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. It's just longer than 30 seconds. So this is one thing, and that's why I did ask Kathleen to move it up, because I had gotten the commitment from the city council that the inclusionary was going to be adopted together with this housing element. And obviously we didn't make it, but I'm working with Mr. Ramirez and trying to see if we can get that thing going. The ordinances that are being adopted because they have to be adopted in order to be able to provide the programs and the ability, the by right development. You know, the ordinance is really where your rubber meets the road. I can appreciate the work that's been done on the ordinance, but we are not there yet. And I hope we have an opportunity to really focus more on them. I'm very concerned with the development and design standards, because that's where you keep getting costs. You know, I hear what was Heather said about in terms of, well, we want to put 50 feet because so it'll be objective, but it's not objective, it's arbitrary. And so we really need to look at these different design standards and development standards, because if you make it
20 seconds left.
Oh dear. So anyhow, I think that, one thing I did want to say is with respect to the ADUs, the county of Ventura has plans that you can go and use those plans, and they go straight to the building. They're already reviewed by the building so that you can get in and do an ADU really quickly. And the other thing that we're going to see quickly is, I think, more fabricated ADUs, which means they're built kind of like a mobile home. They're built off-site.
It's time up, Barbara.
So, okay. So I look forward to continuing in this process and hopefully bringing it to a good conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Macker-Ortiz, for your comments. It's always appreciated. We'll go ahead and go to our next speaker is Paul Sheehan. And I apologize if I mispronounce your last name.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Chavez, members of the Planning Commission and city staff. My name is Paul Sheehan. I'm a local architect, and our firm, Dyer Sheehan Group, has been providing development and entitlement consulting services in Oxnard and throughout Ventura County for more than 25 years. For the past year, we've been working closely with Gold Coast Transit District to assist them in pursuing a politically viable and financially feasible strategy for redevelopment of the site of their former headquarters at 301 East 3rd Street. The overall goal is to provide a new multifamily residential rental community and a corresponding ongoing income stream for the district on this nearly 3-acre site, which is included on the housing element site's inventory map. The timing of our work has directly dovetailed with the housing element update process, and as a result, we've had the opportunity for ongoing interaction with city planning staff regarding the multiple aspects of both the update process and the potential redevelopment of the Gold Coast site. We participated in most of the public meetings related to the housing element update and have found the process to be exceptionally transparent, with city staff highly proactive both in seeking and responding to the wide variety of comments and concerns expressed by the various stakeholders and the public in general. I therefore want to take this opportunity to thank city staff and its consultants, particularly Kathleen Mallory and Scott Kolwitz and Heather Davis from Rincon Consultants, for their ongoing assistance, courtesy, and dedication to this process. As a design and development professional with more than 4 decades experience in planning and land use issues, I fully support this well thought out and highly comprehensive 2021 to 2029 housing element and the corresponding revisions to the general plan land use element, as well as the proposed amendments to the city's zoning code and zoning map. I strongly urge the Planning Commission's support for all this good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jian, for your comments. We'll go to our next speaker, Debbie Mitchell.
Unmute. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Mitchell. Yes, 5 minutes.
Okay, first of all, just thank you, commissioners and staff. What an amazing education, and I'm probably the dumbest speaker you'll hear tonight. I fully enjoyed the presentations, the YouTube video, and everything that I could possibly comprehend. I sent an email with some overlays that I was simply and am even more now after listening this evening, amazed with the amount of work that has gone into this. But I was particularly struck by the mandates from the state that I felt overlay and somewhat interfere with the progress that Oxnard has been making in addressing housing. I'm encouraged that the ADUs, the additional ADUs adds to the quotas that need to be met for housing. But when I overlaid the Oxnard corridor onto the crime maps and the density maps, it raised a concern to me that while I could understand that there may be a benefit to existing property owners through developing ADUs that are both affordable, meet the quotas, and generate income for property owners, I'm very concerned about the cost to the city of Oxnard in increasing the density in an area that's already has higher crime rates than the rest of the city of Oxnard. And I wondered if there are studies that are being done that on the fiscal impact or projections of services and infrastructure as density increases throughout the city for water, power, sewer, police, and fire, and how that will be resolved. But overall, I just want to thank you all for the dedication and the amount of brain power and planning that's going into all of this. It's awesome, and I'm stunned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for your comments. And no, you are not dumb. It is a very complex process, and I myself have some challenges. And I've been on the commission for now 2 years. We'll go to our next speaker, Dawn Dyer.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Dawn Dyer. I am president and CEO of Dyer Sheehan Group in Ventura. We're housing market analysts as well as land use consultants. And I'm also the chair emeritus and founding mother of the Housing Trust Fund Ventura County, as well as serving on the County of Ventura Continuum of Care Board that administers federal funds for homeless prevention programs in our county. I want to start by just thanking staff. I know it's been said, but we just can't acknowledge enough the excellent work that Kathleen, Scott, city staff, and the city's consultants have done on this housing element. Particularly at this time, there have been many major changes in state laws that needed to be addressed and that caused very significant changes both to underlying programs as well as the housing element process itself. I want to echo comments that staff has been very responsive to community input, and I think they've just done a great job of presenting this information and the changes that have come down and addressing the changes suggested by HCD. It is crucial that we all do our part to plan to meet our housing needs while also addressing other key issues like sustainability and mobility. We need to plan now to create a more robust public transit system with more transit-oriented development, better walking and biking paths and ways for people to get out of their gas-burning automobiles so that we can mitigate the impacts from climate change that we're seeing throughout our country today. I really support many of the suggested changes to the housing element programs that will make housing more affordable, especially rezoning areas and the general plan amendment to allow up to 30, a minimum of 30 units per acre is going to be really important, as well as including that default density in the C2 and BRP zones. And the creation of the affordable housing additive zone overlay is going to be really important to provide greater flexibility in creating more multifamily housing, which just by its nature is more affordable, even without affordable housing restrictions. I also support the amendments to the city's zoning code to streamline the review process for affordable housing projects and density bonus applications, and to remove barriers like excessive parking standards that really
2 minutes
function,
left.
Thank you, that function as impediments to the creation of affordable housing. As Barbara mentioned, it's also critical for the city to adopt clear, objective development standards so that we can streamline projects. And I'd also like to commend the city's creativity in encouraging more efficient types of housing, like tiny homes, container housing, and other new types of manufactured housing, as well as expanding the use of ADUs. And then finally, I'm really in favor of collaboration and support for the Housing Trust Fund Ventura County. We have a unique opportunity with the California voter approved Proposition 1 back in 2018. We have the ability to bring up to $5 million a year in free state money to Ventura County to help us meet our housing needs. We just need to generate an equal amount of matching funds locally each year. In the first round of competition, we applied for 5 million and were granted 4.2 million from the state. We've just submitted an application for another $5 million match. So we have 3 more years of potential to bring that full $5 million in matching funds back to Ventura County, which is an
30 seconds.
So thank you so much for your time and energy on this. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Dyer, for your comments, and thank you to Commissioner Nash for the recommendation to expand the time for our speakers. A lot of great information that came from it. I see that that is our last speaker. Mr. Roselle, just a quick question. Because of the fact that we are technically continuing to the 16th, do I close the public hearing or does it just remain open as we progress to our 16th meeting?
I've just heard from Ms. Mallory that it has been renoticed, so you can go ahead and close the public hearing at tonight's meeting.
Thank you for that. So we will go ahead and close the public hearing portion of this item. Is there any final comments that staff would like to provide or respond to based off of the public's comments?
Thank you, Chair Chavez, and I really appreciate you offering that to us because I think it really helps respond and make sure everybody is truly heard. So, so thank you for that. I wanted to first speak to the ADU, the question on the comments regarding the county having ADU plans and programs to basically streamline the way forward for ADUs over the counter or quickly reviewed. The law says that those permits are to be applied for and secured within 60 days. And we acknowledge that we are going to be participating with the county on that ADU program that Barbara mentioned. Well, Barbara mentioned that they have an over-the-counter process. Well, excuse me, let me restart. Barbara mentioned that there are plans that ADU builders can just take and then construct from. We understand that the ADU program that we're going to be participating in with the county includes looking at the county's program and their ADUs and their ADU program. So what the county is doing is useful, it works, but the county is also participating in that regional ADU program as well. So they may be making modifications to their process as well. And we'll certainly look for lessons learned from the county and then continue participating in that plan to try to streamline and get plans approved expeditiously. The other item that was raised was from Ms. Debbie Mitchell regarding crime density, the high quality transit corridor issue. That issue of a high quality transit corridor and the implications of that to a city. I mean, you can look at, we're the only city of Ventura County that has that. You can look at it as a detriment, and I don't think Ms. Mitchell is saying that necessarily. Or you can look at it as a benefit for the city. With that designation came a lot of one-time study money, which is exciting. The state rarely gives study money to look at how to accommodate housing and how to improve certain corridors. With that designation, we received close to $1.3 million for grant study money. One of the studies we looked at and that is underway right now is an infrastructure capacity study. So we are looking at infrastructure and where any improvements are needed for water, sewer, and the like. Additionally, that it's important to note that the housing element before you has a lot of analysis on site capacity and inventory and looking at if there is sufficient infrastructure. We had many conversations with the state about that, and there is added language to look at ensuring that there is infrastructure to support the housing. Further, I wanted to mention when we had our call with the state on the findings letter, I was it's probably a very strong word to say, but I was very excited from what I heard from the state, because when they raised questions about AFFH issues, about, for example, low resourced areas and ensuring that you have infrastructure plans for some of those areas, or green infrastructure, and really trying to put green in those areas and looking at mobility issues as it relates to infrastructure. Most of the things that the state was saying that you should be doing in the context of AFFH, we are doing. The mobility study I mentioned, the grants I just mentioned a moment ago. So you can really see by doing a word search in our final housing element how we've really addressed infrastructure, and we've tied many of those improvements and really telling the story for how we're addressing infrastructure through the city in Chapter B, which was robustly added to as a result of getting our comment letter from the state. And then finally, of course, infrastructure is looked at through the city's capital improvement plan, which is a program implemented through the Public Works Department. So I think those are my items. I don't know if anyone else on the team would like to add anything. I'm seeing head shake no. So with that, I think we've responded to what we heard, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory, a superstar for sure. It was able to answer all of those. Any final comments from the commissioners before we move on? This is not an action item. Any final comments? Vice Chair Rejo.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. There's obviously a lot to comment on the full final draft. I'll stick to my comments related to the major changes as noted in the report. I'd like to direct the commissioner, my fellow commissioners, to two. The first in regards to ADUs, that I was pleased that that the amount of units that for ADUs was decreased from 1,000 to 490, because as the draft came initially before the Planning Commission, I believe that the 1,000 was a little bit too excessive, in my opinion, in regards to using that number in terms for the low and extremely low. And I'm glad that the public and the HCD agreed in regards to that. In regards to the efficiency housing types, again, I reference it as an example for another question, program 6, but I see in the report that we are encouraging the efficiency housing types, not just for low income as indicated in the report, but also despite the income. And I state that for another reason, that in my opinion, it appears that Oxnard is falling behind our fellow cities, neighboring cities, in regards to providing units that are no bedroom or 1 bedroom. As someone who, when I recently graduated a few years ago, I was purely only looking at no bedroom or 1 bedroom. And so we need to be encouraging those types of, when they're from high school, their majority are with family, they go to college, they're in the dorms, and they may not be going back home in regards to finding their first job. They're likely going to be finding a place on their own. And of course, there are opportunities to get a room in a house, but we do need to be encouraging those types of units that are single occupancy regardless of income. Thank you, Chair Chavez. Those are my comments for the time being.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for your comments. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. First, I want to thank our public speakers whose measured and intelligent comments did not disappoint my expectations. And I want to throw out a couple of other things just in the course of affairs. The HCD letter refers to expanding programs for public transportation, protected bike lanes, car share programs, and improved walkability and pedestrian infrastructure, which I think is hugely important, that we can now point to the HCD support for these programs when looking at projects within our own city. And I want to, I talked to Ms. Mallory about this earlier today, and on slide 17 that deals with the Oxnard City Code sections 16-523 site plan review, I have to admit that when I saw the, if you look at the last line on the page, no workshop, public hearing, or public notices, that was very concerning to me. And I understand the nature of affordable housing and how our hands are tied and what we can do. But what I'm afraid of, and I hope the planning staff can figure out how to address this without imposing additional cost on affordable housing developers. is to inform the public about these developments, so that they're not blindsided when these things, when these developments pop up in their neighborhoods, and they feel like they've been excluded from engaging with the planning staff, and certainly the planning commission will have no say in these matters either. So that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
Thank you. So last comment, I know that the recommendation from staff today includes 6 different parts to it. And so in the spirit of recommendations C, I just wanted to add this additional point of input. On the presentation, slide number 10, where it did a notable summary of program changes. So program number 9, for example, the farm work housing program, the text reads committed to creating brochure and continued engagement. I think just my input that I'd like to for staff to consider is to try and do a little more than just a brochure, and I know that the community engagement is open and it could mean so many different things, but I want us to seize moments and opportunities where they may lie. And I would certainly support and lend my support to really being a leader in this area. I think that there is a tremendous opportunity with resources from the state. The state has had a budget surplus like it perhaps never has ever, as well as the monies that our city has received from the federal government, which is yet to be determined on how that is all allocated or distributed to strategic priorities. So if there's any opportunity to be more of a leader, I certainly would like to challenge ourselves to do that with this document. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dr. Lopez. Any additional comments? I'll just briefly say that I appreciate all the work that has gone in. I know it's been said all night on this particular item, but as Ms. Mallory mentioned, this is a item that's been 2 years in the making, and it's a very large item. It's I don't know, this is huge. And to think about that, you have to go through this and research the laws and the ordinances and the policies that are constantly changing. I would just make a comment in regards looking at the site's inventory map and all of the the colors that are across the city. I would just say that when we're trying to develop the corridor, that we are complementing the transit system as best as possible. That means strategically placing development, mixed uses, and just full-on residentials, that it actually does complement it, and that people actually look and say, you know what, I could take public transit to get from point A to point B. One of the things, and I will say that the benefit about living in West Ventura County is that we have Gold Coast Transit that connects to multiple cities on the west side. Whereas you look on the east side, there are smaller transit agencies that don't really connect. Gold Coast is ever changing and making progress and improving the routes. They're planning on micro transit coming up, opening up soon, which is already open in LA County, and it's been successful in LA County right now. So microtransit is also one of those alternatives that is a benefit to the area. I'm not saying put skyscraper housing in downtown or along the boulevard, but when we do this, I want us to be strategic about this, because when we think about it, generations down the road are going to have to live with the decisions that we make today. So I just want to put that out there, that We have a lot of inventory along Oxnard Boulevard, and we need to be strategic so that it complements our transit goals as best as possible. Because we will be increasing public transit as the years progress. That is for sure. So I appreciate, again, all the work. I appreciate the comments from our public speakers. A lot of great information, a lot of great points to think about as we progress to our 16th meeting. And, you know, we continue to review these items. The ADUs, I appreciate the responses to them. I'm very pleased with what we have in front of us. So great job to our staff and as well as to the public for providing input over this process. It's very much appreciated. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
I think if we're ready, just with deep appreciation to the staff, I'd like to move the recommended action, including the input that's been provided today by everybody. And I'm not sure if you need me to read A through F.
If it's my understanding, and I look to Mr. Colwitz or Mr. Rizal, that this is not actually an action item, that this was just to receive and provide input.
Well, then motion to receive.
This is Scott Colwitz. We actually don't even need a motion to receive and file. We just acknowledge it, and we could continue moving on from there.
Well, then acknowledge with deep appreciation. Thank you.
So Mr. I'm just gonna say veto. I apologize. Do you have any final comments that you want to share before we move on?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission, and we appreciate very much all the input that we received tonight from the Commission, as well as the public speakers. As I indicated at the beginning of tonight's meeting, we will be back on September 16th, where the Commission will be asked to consider a number of recommendations and actions as we bring the final housing element to the City Council for consideration and adoption on October 5th. So thank you for all the feedback that's been provided. Also appreciate all the work that Ms. Mallory and our consultant team has put into the document before you. The collaboration with the community will continue going forward. Once the adoption by the City Council of the housing element is complete, and we're hoping for that on October 5th, the work does not end. The work continues going forward. That document is a living document that involves ongoing efforts to address many important housing issues in the city of Oxnard. So we're looking forward to that effort. And again, we will be back before you on September 16th. So just be gone for a couple of weeks and we'll be right back here. Again, thank you.
Thank you for those comments. So we'll go ahead and progress with our agenda. And again, thank you to staff and our consultants and the public for their feedback and hard work. Study sessions and reports, we have nothing. So we'll move into H, which is Planning Commission business. Commissioners, anybody has business? Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair Chavez. First, I want to wish my beautiful bride happy anniversary. I love you, babe. And I want to, say that the Planning Commission meetings, they don't care about birthdays or anniversaries or even funerals, I imagine. So this is the sacrifice that we and our spouses and our families make in order to allow us to, do what's right for the city of Oxnard. So I appreciate all of my, really the sacrifice of all of my fellow and lady commissioners and also the staff, because they're putting in the long hours also. So that concludes my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Commissioner Dr. Lopez.
In reviewing the housing element update documents, there was a reference to a Rio Urbana and Teal Club specific plan. And I had, yet to see or hear anything about that. So I'm not sure if we could perhaps get just a presentation on that project or development. It says that it references 1,157 residential units, once 165 units available to lower income households. I think that is a significant project. And so if appropriate, or when appropriate, an update or presentation on that would be great.
Chair Chavez, if I could jump in here for a quick second.
Yes.
So the Rio Urbana project and the Teal Club project are two projects on the opposite sides of the development review cycle. So what I mean by that, the Rio Urbana project has already been approved by the city, the Planning Commission, as well as the City Council. It's on a piece of property that needs to be annexed into the city. And we just received word from LAFCO that is a project that's anticipated to be heard on October 20th. So that one, if LAFCO adopts that one, then we're looking at 167 units coming into the city, as well as 20,000 square feet of non-residential office space. On the other side, Teal Club, that's a project that it's off of Teal Club Road. It's a 150 acre area that we would also be looking at annexing into the city. By the numbers in that specific plan, there's 990 residential units, 60,000 square feet of commercial as part of it. But that's something that will be coming to the Planning Commission. We're about to get to the release of the environmental impact report. Following that, we would come visit with the Planning Commission. There'd be a recommendation of the Planning Commission up to the City Council. And then if the City Council approves it, then we would be moving on to, again, to LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission. So more to come on that one for sure, and hopefully some good news on the Rio Urbana project that's been approved by both the Planning Commission and the City Council already.
Thank you, Mr. Colwitz.
Thank you so much, Mr. Colwitz. That all sounds exciting.
You're welcome.
Any additional comments from the commission? I'll just say real quick, as we're already late into the night, the Ventura County, they are doing redistricting for their supervisors. The next public hearing is on September 9th at 6 p.m., September 11th at 10 a.m., and September 13th at 6 p.m. More information at ventura.org/redistricting, or you can send an email to redistricting@ventura.org. As we know, Labor Day is Monday, so it is kind of obvious that city offices will be closed that day. Refuse collection is delayed by 1 day, so do not take your trash out on the normal day. Wait 1 day. Gold Coast will not have bus services on that Monday, and their offices will be closed, and Metrolink will be running a holiday service, as well as the rest of LA County. So just to kind of echo what Commissioner Nash said, is that all of our commissioners, and I've already said it multiple times, I'm very proud of the commissioners and the work that we all do on behalf of the city of Oxnard. I remember one year I spent my birthday with Commissioner Meyer and past chair Frank. It's the sacrifices that we take in order to do good for our fellow residents. So it's all very much appreciated. And I appreciate staff. They are here exactly all day and they stay with us all night. So I appreciate all of the work that goes into making Oxnard better. And those concludes my comments, and we'll go ahead and move on to the community development staff updates. Mr. Colwitz.
And Chair Chavez, thank you. I'll try to be very quick here. These are essentially repeat comments from the last meeting. So City Council is about to be back in session after taking August off from those official duties. They were busy with other things, but we're happy to have them back. On September 7th, the City Council will be reviewing the Peninsula Road street vacationing project. Again, this will allow the Hyatt hotel project to move forward once that is finally approved. And so we look forward to presenting that to City Council. And on September 21st, we're bringing the firearms ordinance amendment to the City Council. After both of those actions, we'll certainly report out to the Planning Commission what action that they took. Aside from that, September 16th is your next Planning Commission meeting. So we look forward to all your hard work as we look at the final push of the housing element here with the Planning Commission as we move on to the City Council. October 5th is the date we're anticipating taking the housing element to the City Council. And just to reiterate, the push is being driven by a state deadline that we're supposed to have our housing element adopted by October 15th of this year. So lots of heavy lifting still before us. And sincerely, we appreciate your comments to staff, but right back at all of you. You're all volunteers. No one is getting paid for what you're doing. So we sincerely appreciate the long hours and dedication you put into the city of Oxnard. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colwitz. Any questions? Commissioner Conley?
I had in my notes that we had a special meeting Thursday, the 9th. Am I incorrect in that?
No special meeting on the 9th.
Thank
We
you.
had originally queried to see if there was availability for 2 different dates, and we were able to have the special meeting a week ago.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Colwitz. If there are no further questions or comments from Mr. Colwitz, since there's no further business before the commission, and if there's no objection to adjourning, we will adjourn to our next meeting on Thursday, September 16th, 2021 at 6 p.m. As always, commissioners, thank you for all your hard work as well as staff. And thank you, public, for your comments and feedback. Everyone have a great night and stay safe.
Thank you. Take care.
Good night, everyone.